Mr. Dragon Vincentic of Green Springs Medical, located at 309 Seneca Street in Hot Springs, medical marijuana dispensary, and an appeal of the director's order on May 2nd, 2024, revocation of their dispensary license. Would you like to start with anyone that's planning on testifying that gets sworn in, or do you have any motions prior to that or any review?
Your Honor, I have a motion to make. My name is Q. Hurst, and I'm representing Mr. Vincentic licensee. Yeah, I had a stroke about a year and a half ago, and I can't talk as loud as I used to. If you ever knew me before, I'm pretty loud, but I'm not anymore. But I'm representing Mr. Vincentic along with my son, Justin Hurst. And I want to move for a continuance of this hearing. And I want to tell you why. This started as a result of an offer of settlement in regard to some allegations on January 29th of 2024. And then on 3/7/24, it was set for hearing on April 5th. The ABC moved for a continuance. My client didn't oppose it. He was acting pro se at the time. And it was continued until, I believe, 4/18 when they had a hearing. Now, the hearing resulted, as you probably know already, in revocation. The most serious sanction that anybody can get in putting him out of business and his livelihood. To compare this case, it's more serious than in most cases. And it deserves the attention that you have to get familiar with all the rules, all the evidence, and decide what witnesses you may call and what legal issues you think might be presented. I don't think that from the date of May the 2nd, when we got the director's decision, we've had an ample opportunity to get prepared. And I've made this request previously. It's been denied. I understand that. I may have made it as many as 3 times. I don't know. But I want to make it again to the full board because I want it part of the record that I think in interest of fairness to Mr. Vincentic, he deserves to continue.
Thank you. At this point, would we like to have a motion by the board on this request?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
Our director has found that Green Springs has recklessly endangered medical marijuana patients, repeatedly violated rules. So they're not their first time in front of us for many of the same violations.
Jamie, you're next.
ABC agents have warned Green Springs to cease such practices repeatedly. No positive behind that. As Mr. Hurst stated, they were notified of violations on January 29th of 2024. They were notified of additional violations on April 4th of 2024. Had a director level hearing of April 18th of 2024. And then started with the director's order to revoke on May 2nd of 2024. They've seen this coming. They knew this was coming. The violations had not stopped. They've actually sped up if evidence is true that we're going to listen to today. So I feel like they've had ample time to prepare along with their counsel. So I just feel that we should proceed to schedule.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Right. Motion carries. Please proceed with your case at this point. I'd like to start with anyone that's planning on giving testimony today. If you could please stand and raise your right hand for me. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You may be seated. At this point, Chip, you may proceed with starting your findings.
I'm actually gonna start with an opening statement from the agency, if that's all right.
That's perfect.
We're here this morning because it's ABC's job to regulate medical marijuana. It's our job. And if we turn a blind eye to the issues at Green Springs, we're not doing our job. We have to ensure that facilities are operating in compliance with the regulations. And if they're not, we try to help them. SHIP will always answer the call. Enforcement agents will always have a conversation with the permit holder to try to help them get in compliance. But that's how we got here today. Dragon Pacific refuses to make an effort to get into compliance, and we have to remove the public safety hazard. Dragon Pacific refuses to be regulated, so we have no option left but to revoke his license to operate a dispensary in the state of Arkansas. At this point, it is dangerous to patients. We have to do everything we can do to protect patients. It is too great a risk to allow him to continue operating. Today, you're going to hear about a litany of violations coming from Green Springs. You'll hear about enforcement officers who went to go check in and they uncovered dirty, unsanitary, littered with debris processing areas. Pieces of product and cannabis just sitting loose on the table. They also uncovered a flagrant disregard for inventory tracking requirements. That's been 5 years running. Agents will tell you about, in this incident alone, lost products. 339 lost prepackaged medical cannabis items. Unaccounted for. They just don't know where they went. And 700 grams of marijuana. They can't tell you where it is or where it went. You'll also hear that Green Springs was selling products with expired lab results. Not one or two, or 20, or 200. 1,882 expired products were sold from Green Springs dispensary. You'll hear about the undercover buys that the enforcement agent made. He walked out of the door with an expired product, but not just that, another one that had labeling violations. And the patients have noticed the expiration dates too. They've complained, they've written about it on blogs. But what's really unforgivable here with Green Springs is they were warned specifically about selling products with expired testings. They were provided a list, dated and told, do not sell these products. But they were sold anyways. Why? Well, it's not a mistake. It's not a mistake that accidentally happened 1,882 times. It's not that the rules are too confusing. It is a complete disregard for compliance. And that's a theme you will notice today. Absolutely no effort to get into compliance, along with misrepresentations, denials of fact, legal methods of delay, all attempts to avoid penalties for consistent regulatory noncompliance. You'll hear about the agitation and frustration expressed at Green Springs with even having enforcement agents show up to check in. You'll also hear that ABC requires comprehensive biannual inventories. But you'll see what Green Springs turned in. Lazy biannual inventories, if you even want to call it that. Lists on notebook paper with no UINs even identifying the products. Or records that say certain products came from a certain cultivation site, and they were just edited to change the product and say it came from somewhere else. And this is not just about Green Springs ignoring the rules, or Mr. Vicente purposefully, repeatedly breaking the rules. It's about patient protection and the integrity of the state medical marijuana market. ABC cannot allow a medical marijuana dispensary to operate under a state-sanctioned license when we know that there is a history of gross failures in compliance here. We are creating risks to patient safety if we allow them to stay open. It puts the integrity of the entire industry at risk and the regulation of it at stake to allow Mr. Vicente to continue operating. When enforcement agents have attempted to explain regulations to Mr. Vicente, they are met with bad attitudes and an unwillingness to be regulated. Our experience with Mr. Vicente has been that he repeatedly refuses to do what is asked of him. He will not get in compliance and fights us at every turn. We are asking you today to revoke Mr. Vicente's license to operate a dispensary. In the effort of patient fairness, patient protection, and patient safety, it's really the only option we have left.
Thank you, Director. At this point,
Anyone know?
Mr. Lance, do you want us to open, I don't know if you want us to open now or address it?
yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, I'll keep it brief.
Okay.
But Green Springs Dispensary, Dragons and Syntec are here today to address these allegations. We're here to present evidence and address the allegations that have been submitted against us. And I'll submit to the board, you're not going to hear evidence. You're not going to see testimony of the words that were used. Public safety, a great risk of harm to patients. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it simply will not be there. Green Springs Dispensary and Dragon and Syntec are here to ask that, and we know we're not asking the board. We know the board will be fair, will be just, will be very diligent in the review and the study of the evidence and the statements and the testimony put before it today. And that's all we can ask for. You know, Green Springs is one of the first dispensaries licensed in Arkansas. They've been basically a front runner for years in the dispensary industry. They serve over 20,000, more than 20,000 patients in Garland County and surrounding counties, Howard County, Pike County, Montgomery County, well over 20,000 of its patients that it treats on a monthly basis. They have a wonderful reputation with the community, with its patients, with medical care providers, all in and around Garland County. We're fully aware of these allegations. We're fully aware of the director's reports at the previous hearing. And we're ready to address each and every single one of those this morning and throughout the day today. Green Springs has done, since its license was issued roughly 4.5 to 5 years ago, has nothing but held the standards to the highest degree, the ABC standards, the Medical Marijuana Commission rules and regulations. It's attempted to learn those, to study those, and apply those in its day-to-day practice of treating its patients. You will hear shortly, we're about to get into it very, very quickly here, these allegations of Madam Director addressed history of risk, great risk to patients, public safety that I mentioned earlier. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, you will be able to decipher and pair out what are actual risks to patients, what are not actual risks. And when the dust settles, there will be some issues of some weight, some measurements, and some calculations that we'll concede that may have been overlooked. And I'll submit to the board that what you're going to hear, those are more of human error and not intentional violations, not attempting to dart around or dance around rules or regulations or requests by investigators. But you're going to hear the volume of products, the volume of items sold through this dispensary, the amount of patients that it treats on a daily and monthly basis. And we're not going to deny and argue that there may not have been one or two issues that have fallen through. And we're prepared to address those. And if there's a sanction, if there's a fair and just sanction, at the end of the day, we'll be responsible for that. A fair and just sanction, ladies and gentlemen, will not be a revocation of the license. You will also understand we're using terms of words of history of sanctions. You'll see that history of sanctions and of issues. It's not near the level that's being portrayed to you, and not near the level that would justify a total revocation. I do a lot of criminal defense work. I call that the death penalty. I mean, that's not the appropriate sanction for what you're going to hear about today and this morning. And I'll quit talking, but I just ask that you hang in there, not make any decisions or form any opinions until the very end, until all witnesses have testified. And I truly, sincerely think And know that if you do that, and when you do that, that you will hand out a fair and just sanction if one is appropriate. And with that, I'll rest.
Thank you.
Would you like us to go and hand you our exhibits as well?
We can, that way we can put on the record all of it at once, if Chip, you're okay with that.
That'd be fine. I haven't seen the package yet, but
Okay. No shortage of paper today. Chip, in front of us, we received a packet from the ABC office, labeled ABC Exhibit Packet. For the record, that would be ABC Exhibit Packet 1,
yes, sir.
and you'd like that to be entered into the record?
Yes, sir. I am asking for that to be introduced as well.
Okay, that's granted. And then from Mr. Vincentic's legal team, we received a packet as well. You'd like this to be admitted as your exhibit packet?
That is our request, yes.
Okay, that's granted as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chip, I know you haven't had a chance to review it, but I'm sure we'll get through it sometime. It's proceeding.
Very good.
You may proceed, Chip.
ABC would call Agent Haley Allen. Morning, ma'am. Would you state your name for the record?
My name is Haley Allen.
And you're employed with ABC Enforcement?
Yes.
And what is your position there?
I'm a state auditor.
Okay. Were you employed in that position last year as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. This was several violation reports sent over from you. The first was report 03818. Can you give the board an idea, just briefly, what was this incident about? What prompted it?
This was actually a biennial inspection for Great Springs. So the report estimate has like inventory on it.
And just to let the board know, enforcement does a biannual inspection of every facility. Okay, so this was a routine inspection for every facility. Okay. And can you tell the board about your responsibilities during inspection? What is it that you do specifically in general for inspections?
Yes, I put the inventory reports and prepare the worksheets. We obtain all inventory, lesson location report, we select 30 items for review. And then, of course, when we arrive at the facility, we give a copy of that list to one of the employees that helps us with the inventory while we're there. And then at the end of the day, I kind of, if they have it, you know, we add it to our report. If they don't have an item, if they have an explanation, we put that in the report. But that's my role for
Okay, so when you get ready for the inventory inspection, tell the board kind of what you do in preparation.
well, that's, we pull the inventory report and select 30 items for review.
So when you were at Green Springs that day, you had the list of 30?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm showing you what is on exhibit packet page 11 and 12. Appears to be part of your report.
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about your findings when you were at Green Springs back? I just want to verify that was March 28th, 23?
I'm sorry, March 29th.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want me to kind of go through the violation?
Well, sure, why don't you go through the inventory that you were looking at and any discrepancies, any explanations?
Okay. So on this inspection, we've got the item number to the far left side over there. So item number 12 was a flower lot. It was 30.47 grams. Mr. Vicente said that this was moisture loss. He did not have this item. Item number 63 was a flower lot item that was over by 13.52 grams. The inventory tracking system reflected a total of 47.21. The physical weight was 60.73. And I didn't have an explanation on that one. Item number 166 was a flower lot. This was over by 20.28 grams. The inventory tracking system reflected a total of 53 grams and physical weight was 73.28 grams. Mr. Vincent advised that the overage on this was due to weight being added from a lot ending in 6092. Item number 219 was a flower lot. It was 5.01 grams. He did not have this item and he advised that this was moisture loss. Item number 269 was a flower lot and that was short by 33.16 grams. The inventory tracking system reflected a total of 287.66 and the physical weight was 254.5. Item number 426 was a flower lot. It was 4.68 grams. He did not have this item also, and he said that this was moisture loss. Item number 476 was a marijuana extract formulation. This was short by 1 unit. The inventory tracking system reflected a total of 4, but he only had 3. He advised that this was due to a missed pool. Item number 502 was a marijuana extract formulation. This was short by 12 units. He said that this was all likely miscible items as well. Item number 630 was a marijuana extract formulation. This was short by 2 units. The inventory tracking system reflected a total of 4, but he only had 2. Item 794 was a marijuana extract formulation. This was short by 3 units. The inventory tracking system reflected a total of 13. He advised that these 3 that were missing were just miscibles. Item number 1002, marijuana extract formulation, was short by 2 units. And that was all that they had reflected for that unit. Item number 1206 was a tincture. This was short by 7 units. The inventory tracking system reflected a total of 7, but he advised that these were all miscible items. Item number 1219 was a tincture. This was short by 4, and he advised that those were all miscibles. Item number 1511, this is a liquid marijuana infused edible. 2 of those could not be verified. And Mr. Vincent told me that these were samples that were sent to the lab, which I did run a log inventory action report, and I did see that these items were placed on a manifest, but the manifest was voided. Item number 1514, I'm sorry, I skipped item number, no, I'm sorry. 1514, suppositories, 15 units. These couldn't be verified. This is a similar situation, that they were samples that were sent to the lab. They had also been placed on a manifest on May 23rd, 2020, but then later voided that day. Spencer Vincent, who also works at Green Springs, commented on the last 2 items for the inventory and said that they had been in their inventory for more than 2 years, and they had previously been advised to leave the items in the inventory, even though they do not physically exist. So at that point, I told him that he needs to, if he doesn't physically have them, it needs to be removed from their inventory. Following the inventory portion of the inspection, I requested the comprehensive inventory. I was provided a notebook with product names and inventory counts that were handwritten. There were no UINs and no date on the notebook.
And Janelle, before you get too far into that, when you're referencing the notebook, what we have on exhibit packet page 15, 16, 17, and 18, this looks like, I think what we're talking about is that what you provided to.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, please continue. 15 through 18.
And agent, just to, maybe I'm stealing some thunder here in this, but just to confirm, these differences you found were not, and you do not see them in BioTrack. They were not, like the miscibles or the moisture loss was not logged into the BioTrack system.
No.
Okay.
So about the notebook paper. So this was, you requested comprehensive biannual form by the dispensary. Before we get into what each produced, just briefly, can you explain to the board what is the dispensary's obligation in terms of their own inventory limits?
They're required to do a comprehensive inventory twice a year. For those, we typically see the UIN, product name, strain, the actual count, and then what shows in BioTrack or AirSense or whatever one sales system they use. And usually there's a difference column. If there's any difference, they make notes, and then those items that they don't have, they will ultimately have to adjust off.
And Adrian, let's talk a little bit about just some of the terminology we're using, because you and I use it all the time, and we're very familiar with it. But just for the record, when we talk about UIN, that's a unique identification.
Yes.
And what does that signify on the products that are being sold?
It tells us where it came from, so it's kind of like a vendor on a label. You know, if you have a UIN, you can tell what cultivator it came from. The last 7 digits is a unique serial number to the product that's being sold.
And when you talk about inventory tracking, that's referring to the state RSMs. Can you just briefly explain to the board what that is?
Yes, ARSIMS is the state inventory tracking system that everyone is required to, you know, their point of sale system has to integrate with that. That's pretty much what we use for all of our data mining.
For all the medical marijuana facilities.
Yes.
And who is inputting data into our STEMs?
The licensee,
Each facility inputs their data.
yes.
We have access to it through our STEMs to see any facility at any point in time, what they have available, what they're shipping, what they're sending, what they're selling, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Coming back to this list that you have here, page 11 and 12, just again, to go over some terminology. The column that says strain, what does that refer to?
That is the strain of the medical marijuana product that was produced from.
Particular plant
Yes.
strain that was used. A lot of these are mixed. We see that here on the list. The product name is the next one. What's the distinction between a product name and a strain name?
A product name can be changed, and usually it gives more information about what type of product it is, if it's a chewable mint, something like that. A lot of times, like on the first one here, it says, NSM 100 milligram chewable mints 40 pack, so they can put more detail into that.
Yeah, see right here, like on item 900, if you just look at the strain name and the UIN, it's a marijuana extract for inhalation. It's from NSM, it's a mixed strain. But then the product name tells you specifically NSM, the Sun, Dab, 50 milligrams. Another term that I've heard is mispull, and you have on your list here, AKA misgrab. Can you explain to the board your understanding of what mispull means from Mr. Vincesic, and also what you mean when you say misgrab?
Yes, so a mispull or a misgrab is essentially one product is reported as sold to a patient in the system, but another product with a different UIN is given out.
So a patient selects and purchases one item, but essentially what is recorded in the inventory tracking is something different.
Yes,
And that is a violation of our rules, correct? That's 17.1A, 6.4, and 12.6 as a requirement that a dispensary records the UIN at the time of sale, strain name, the patient name, that is recorded at the time of sale. Okay. Just real quickly, Agent Allen, as to those misgrabs, that happens. We see that a fair bit.
yes,
And in fact, I think ABC began a patient sales compliance program not that long ago to get facilities in compliance, to have a written program to how they deal with these sort of misgrabs. And bartender scans one thing but sells something else.
yes.
Is Green Springs participating in that patient sales compliance program, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Adrian Allen, was there anything further from your inspection on March 29th, 23?
Yeah.
Okay. The next report that I have from you was 08818. That was another biannual inspection, correct?
Yes,
On August 3rd, 2023. So was it the same setup that you were doing inventory again? So that inventory checklist, I believe, is ABC exhibit packet page 19. The very top there's a note, Green Springs annual inspection 8323. So that's the inspection. And again, you were looking at 30 different items.
yes.
Okay. Can you run through what you were looking for and what you discovered?
Yes, this was, a typical biannual inspection. Whole 30 inventory items for review. A copy of the list was provided to Mr. Vincent. And for the discrepancies, item number 21 was a flower lot. It was short by 55.28 grams.
Jeff, I mean, we can read it on what all of them are, and just on it.
Sure.
Unless you need it specifically for the record.
Well, I'll ask that for the record, if we agree that Agent Allen's testimony would be precisely what's on this document in front of me, then I'll be happy to proceed without going through each line item.
That's totally fine with me unless you all have any objection to, you know.
I would like to be able to address each line item, because if you say 60 grams, that sounds like a lot. But if you say, like she did at the beginning, 5 grams is moisture loss, which is perfectly acceptable. And I want to be able to address
Right.
that shortage.
So when Chip gets finished with his questions, before you get a chance to counter, clarify any questions you have for her, and that would be your point to make your discussions about what's a normal moisture loss versus, things that are more egregious, some of these numbers, if that makes sense. Okay.
Okay. So this is the discrepancy, what was found, what was not found.
Yes.
Okay. There was another part of this report that you sent in related to his processing facility. Can you explain a little bit about their processing and what you discovered when you were at that biannual inspection?
Yes, the processing area in the back was very dirty. There's some dirty gloves, looks like maybe garden gloves.
And Agent Allen, real quick, I'm sorry, before I let you get too far. That would be ABC Exhibit Packet page 31, 32, and 33?
Yes.
Please.
There's what appears to be a baking tray with some oily material on it. There's bits and pieces of, I don't know if it's stems, if it's pieces of, of the marijuana bud itself. But then on one of the photos, and it's table 2, photo 2, you can cross the title. It looks
This
like
one on page 31 then?
yes. And the back, on the back of the table, it looks like quite a bit of, dry old product, that's just kind of laying out.
Hey, Alan, when I'm looking at these pictures, and you go to several facilities, you see this very often in other facilities. I mean, I'm not familiar with what's really messy or what's not messy, so just.
No, we don't, this is not a typical, processing area for a dispensary, or any other cultivation facilities. I would say this is by far the most, unsanitary.
Agent Allen, one other thing that you did on that August 3rd inspection was you gave Mr. Vicente a list of products. Can you explain to the board what you gave him and why?
So prior to the inspection, as I was going through, I noticed there were quite a few acquisition dates that show like 2021, 2022, older dates. The Department of Health rules, test results only good for 1 year. So I pulled all the items that had acquisition dates that were listed in 2021 and 2022, and I put the Department of Health rule on the bottom of each list, and I provided a copy of that to Mr. Vicente on site and explained to him that these are items that we believe are expired at this point, and you can't sell them if they have expired test results.
And these would be pages in the ABC packet 22 through 20 through 30.
Through page 30, Agent Allen, let me ask you, so the first list has on the far right column acquisition date, these are all 21 products.
Yes.
And at the end of that list, we have, is this Mr. Vicente's signature at the bottom of the page on ABC Exhibit Packet 26?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a copy of the Department of Health rules related to the lab test?
Yes.
And then page 27 is the 22 acquisition dates. Again, the end of it on page 30, Mr. Vicente's signature and copy of the Department.
Yes, that's correct.
You're telling them not to sell these?
Yes, I told them that they need to make sure that every product that is sold has a current QA test.
So as a point of clarification for that, like on page 26, it says, per the Arkansas Department of Health rules for usable marijuana, test results expire after 1 year. Items on this list that exceed 1 year should not be sold. And then you're saying this is Mr. Vincentic's signature and date
Yes.
along with that for both the 21 and 22 inventory.
Yes, that's correct.
Required to dispose of these or destroy these? What's protocol after something's being?
There are a few different options. They can have them retested. They can, depending on what it is, if it's flour, they can have it extracted, processed. They can destroy them if they want to, but, we try to let them know that they have some options.
Not to be sold in this current form that they're in during the inspection.
Yes, unless they have a valid, current test result.
Agent Allen, was there anything else, from your inspection on that August 30th?
I did ask for a comprehensive on this one as well, and he told me that we did not have one because it hadn't been a full 6 months since our last visit. So I didn't get one there. And I believe that was all.
The first, since we're talking about that again, the first list that he gave you on the notebook page, that did not have UINs, we addressed that, also did not have a date on it either. Okay. One thing I just wanted to demonstrate well for the board, if we look back at page 11 and 12, very bottom, we have two items that appear to be the same thing. We have Argon Raw, full spectrum, cannabis oil. The next line, Argon Raw, full spectrum, cannabis oil. But different UIN numbers.
Yes.
So why would you see the same product with different UIN numbers?
It could have been a batch that was made, from it could be from a different batch. There's a lot of reasons whenever they split a UIN down, to sell it to, different facilities, they break it up, everything is its own UIN. So if you received a package of 12, they would have, those 12 would have the same, UIN to identify where they came from. And I mean, we see these, quite a bit. Sometimes they will send multiple lots to them, that do come from the same parent, but that's, a lot of times it's not really the case. So they could be from completely different parent batches.
And we don't need to go into every reason you might have the same product with different UIN, but that ties back to, when we say there's no UIN on his comprehensive biannual, that's a problem because you can't actually have the same thing but two different UINs, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So after this inspection in August, I understand enforcement was concerned that the expired products were still being sold. Is that their assessment?
Yes.
Okay. I understand Agent Bridgel and Wilson went out to Green Springs in September to ask about that. They are here to testify today, so I'm not going to ask you what they testified. To your knowledge, they went out and made contact again in September, correct?
Yes.
Then there were some undercover purchases, and that resulted in expired product being purchased at Green Springs. Well, that agent is here to testify as well. I just want to lay the baseline that you're familiar with those other efforts.
Yes.
Okay. So this culminates in a list that you had provided. I'm gonna direct the board's attention. Starting on page 36 of the exhibit packet, this is the list that shows UINs that have sales dated after the inspection of expired product. Is that
Yes.
what this list is reflecting?
Yes.
There was a separate list you had also prepared. I'm sorry, before I go too far. You identified 1,882 sales of expired products on that list of 15171.
151 UINs.
Separately, there on the next page, on page 40, there's a list of number of sales of UINs, and those were the sales made from the list that was given to him in August. Is that correct?
Does that say 151 or is that 116?
116.
Okay, yes, the 160, yes, all of those are on the list, that was correct. And
Okay, Joe, just to make sure we're all on the same page, because we're getting really in that data here.
Yes, sir.
So the prettier full color print here, this is the list, the inspection. So the inspection on August 3rd, where you gave notice not to sell these products. These are the amount that were sold after that date, or these were the ones that were sold prior to the inspection, just make sure we're saying this correct.
Now, all of these are sold after the inspection date. The reason the first page is 151. At the time of the first inspection in August, whenever he was given the list, we didn't have an expired sample report. But we did have one at the time that I started checking things. I believe it was in September. So I used that report and pulled to see what all he had sold that had expired test results, and that's where the 151 came from. But whenever I went back and compared to the list, there was only 116 of those items, or those UINs that were on the list that's provided for him because he signed for.
Okay. Does the board, does everyone follow?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Jeff, I can continue. Or are you trying to kind of?
Agent Allen, in addition to this, you went back to Green Springs, I understand, in January this year. And what was the purpose of that follow-up?
That was to see if he had any of the expired items that he had an inventory in August that were expired and he was told not to sell without current test results. To see if he still had those items physically, or if he had, if they were considered less than this pool that he had used before, or if he actually, had them in inventory.
And that is, you're on page 34 of the exhibit packet on the top, Green Springs from 3024?
Yes.
Okay, so explain this list. This is different from your usual.
Yes, this one I believe has 38 items. And we only looked at things that were considered final products or in eaches. They're not, we didn't weigh in flour or anything like that. So we pulled 38 items that he would have had at the August 3rd inspection. And we gave him that list and asked him if he could produce these. And the majority of them, he said that he either sold out of them. He couldn't provide them for us to review.
This is all expired product.
Yes, sir.
So on January 30th, when you did your next inspection, this list you pulled of items that were on the previous list of things not to sell.
Yes.
And then these are the discrepancies of what had changed from August or the August or September date.
The August biannual inspection.
Okay, so the August inspection to January 30th, when you pulled these items, these are the differences of what changed in their inventory after the list was provided, that they signed off that they would not sell.
Yes.
Okay.
What was Mr. Vicentic's explanation for why these items could not be produced?
He said that he had sold out of them. And then later, whenever, after this inventory portion was over, I had explained to him that these items were requested, or that were requested or expired and had expired prior to at the biannual inspection in August. He told me that he had not made any sales on expired products, and said that these items were likely sold prior to the expiration date.
When did he make that statement?
This was in January. Follow-up.
Agent Allen, there was another series of spreadsheets that he sent us. Ray, if you can share our screen with the spreadsheet pulled up for us. Members of the board, in your exhibit packet, we have sort of examples of what ABC is looking at. Ray, the additional evidence folder. Additional violations. Right, under.
There it is, sorry.
And then the 12,000, yes, sir, 12,000 gigabyte file. Down, sir. Thank you. The Agent Allen, I want to demonstrate, this is what you actually produce. This is, well, explain to the board, what is this?
These are all the items that were sold, that were expired, that were sold, after the August the 3rd inspection. And the first tab, I don't know if you want, do you want to go, through the first couple of tabs and explain that, or?
Sure, let's,
If you can tab over to the first one.
you're gonna have to go left, hit the arrow.
So this was the sales report that I pulled, and it's dated from August the 3rd through September 27th. These are all the sales that were made by Green Springs, during that time frame. And then I took that list, and on the second tab, which is labeled, conditional formatting, I took all the sales, UINs, and I compared that to the listed expired UINs. The expired column is the column B. And all the ones that are highlighted on column B are items that were sold during that, during the time frame between, August the 3rd and September 27th.
Okay, and then tab 3 and 4, that's the list that we've already talked about.
Yes.
151 total UINs, and then the next tab is the 116 UINs sold. Ray, you'll skip over a few tabs. Once we get past, starting there at UIN 04, and Ray, if you'll just scroll to the right for us and just show the tabs. Agent Allen, can you kind of explain what each of these tabs now represents? We have the top part, and what is that?
All of those tabs, the bottom are going to, oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the.
Right,
API
like the one we're on right now, UIN with 4-digit number. What is it and what is it?
The UIN 0409, this is an expired product that was sold, after the biennial inspection. And then the items that are highlighted in green, those are the sales. I've just considered the sales that were made after the inspection when he was notified that he could not sell expired products. And the next box down, that's the test results for those items. Of course, you can see the report, the sample date. That one is August the 23rd, 2021.
And Ray, if you'll just kind of just scroll right and give some idea of just
I'm a little
how
confused.
many.
Yeah, so,
So 151 UINs, and you pulled every single sale for every single UIN and every single lab result for every single UIN.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. But we have, for your exhibit packet, members of the board in front of you, we're not putting 151 of these pages in your exhibit packet, but we have some examples. And Agent Allen, I did want to ask you about a couple of examples.
and just a little bit of clarity here. So these are products that were sold that were after the date that they were not supposed to be sold because they were out of regular, their testing was out of date. So how did this testing, did the ABC take samples of those that haven't tested that were out of date, or?
Members of the board, when these facilities test product, cultivator, processor, dispensary, whoever it is, they create the manifest, they ship it to the lab. We're not involved in the lab testing itself per se. It's reported to the RSTEM's inventory tracking system. Other than that, though, we don't get involved in the samples that they're sending or how the labs are conducting their business.
Right, but just the reason, this is an education for all of us. The reason a lot of these products were told not to be sold is because their testing was out of date.
Yes.
So if this test was done on the 28th of this past year, like that seems like it does have a recent test on it, or?
If it's within 12 months, it's within Department of Health compliance.
Okay, because like these are saying that they were tested on that.
That's the report
That's the report
timestamp.
date.
Okay,
Where it says report timestamp, if you look just under that,
Oh, okay,
July
okay.
30th of 2021.
That's a 21.
okay, so what we're looking at is on this specific UIN, this product did not, these were the results back on that date, not on this date.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was confused on. That's sorry, bogging out.
No, I'm not sure we're clear about exactly what we're looking at. And Agent Allen said we're not going to go through all 151 of these UINs, but I did want to ask a couple of things really quickly, specifically. On page 51 of the packet, we have a product, and the top 88C is in the unique identification. And what does that reference to?
That is, the cultivation facility, NSM, National State Municipal, that's their license number.
Okay. And so here we can track all the way back when it was first shipped to Green Springs. And what is the strain name of this particular item? It's on the far right column.
Strawberry,
Okay, so this was flour sent by NSM to Good Day Farm.
yes.
Now, the highlighted portion, you said that's when sales began. And it looks like the last sales were conducted around April of 23. And then after the inspection in September of 23, there's a inventory modified. Can you explain, what does inventory modify mean?
Anytime they make a change, like a product name change, it'll have a log action stamp of inventory modified.
And what was the modification made on this particular UIN?
The product name was changed from Skunkberry NSM to Gold Digger, $10 with GDF, which for Good Day Farm.
And on page 45 of the packet, there's kind of a similar issue. We have sales through March of 23, and then it's modified. Can you see when it's modified?
Yes, August 26th of 23.
And what was this strain?
This is Scoop.
And with the product code, unique identification number beginning 123, that tells you it's the cultivator.
Good Day Farm.
And that is the product name before the modification. Scoop's $15 GDF.
Yes.
Okay, and then the modification is to what?
To Riley's Reserve Sailboat RVR,
And RVR is,
River Valley Relief Cultivation.
so these were sales of a product made after the list,
Yes.
and they were both renamed to a different cultivator and a different strain.
Well, I'm sorry, the strain is still the same, but
Sorry,
the product name has changed.
The product name is changed, the strain name cannot be changed, but within the product name, it's a different strain. Riley's Reserve is a strain,
Yes.
River Valley Relief is a separate cultivator.
So Chip, what you're trying to kind of lay out here, I believe, is saying that some of the products that were listed not to be sold anymore got put in here and they tried to change the name to a different product to be sold that was allowed, that was not on that no-fly list.
It's not a question of whether or not it's on the list. The unique identification number remains the same. I guess I should ask you that. Agent Allen, the unique identification number remains the same.
Yes.
So the unique identification number remains the same, and the product name can be changed. So whatever you call it, it's not going to change what it is. It's not going to change the unique identification. But if the patient comes in and says, I want Riley's Reserve, there's an opportunity to say, here you go, Riley's Reserve, dispense out Scoop's Good Day Farm, and just slap the label on it with a totally different product name, with a different.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to the testimony of Chip. The witness is supposed to be testifying, not Chip.
No, that's fair. Agent Allen, in your opinion, you can't speak to why Mr. Vincent or whoever made those changes, but you know, in your experience, have you seen anyone do this, or why would they do something like this?
We've seen product name changes multiple times, but usually not anything, changing it to make it appear that it's from a different facility than where it actually came from. If the patient came in and asked for a specific strain or specific type of flower, that is one way that he could have modified the name to make that more appealing to that customer.
So someone would be doing this more to move a product that's not moving in an expedient fashion, but it wouldn't be done but it could also be done in a way if there was a product that was not allowed to be sold anymore, or
Well, even changing the name on it though,
it still ties to the UIN.
yeah, it still ties to the UIN, so that, I would still be looking at the UIN, not for the product name, but, the only, the only thing that I can think of as far as him changing the, to make it a different cultivator is maybe that product was selling, better from one cultivator, and he had some product that he wasn't able to, sell, so he just changed it, and it appears that it's now a more marketable product.
And this is all expired product,
Yes, sir.
so it shouldn't be sold regardless, which.
Right.
And would a change like this, could that be executed by a dispensary agent or does it have to be a higher level individual within the organization?
Within their point of sale system, they can modify the permissions for users, but if there's not anything, if there's nothing in the permissions to keep an employee from doing that, anybody can do it.
But I'm assuming the login inventory API user, you have to be entered into that username that has an email address listed there to make that change. Is that
For this one, even though, they may have 5 or 6 users, it all shows with the same email address on this account.
okay? So we can't say with certainty that it was specifically Dragon B and ATT.net, that specific user. It could have been a sub-user under that system.
It could have been one of his employees.
That might just be something I know as we're looking at some changes of the BioTrack system moving forward, something that we want to have better forensic data on, if a significant change like that's made, IP, username, some more, and there's got to be services out there to track that kind of stuff, because this won't be the last time something like this comes in front of us.
What I will point out, BioTrack Commercial, which is the point of sale system that he uses, they do have the option to see what user it was. But whenever we get it through AR Stems, we just see that the email address that the account is associated with.
Okay, thank you.
Agent Allen, just generally, have you had other facilities that you put on notice, like, hey, there might be some expired products?
Yes.
Is there any other facility that continued to make sales after getting notice
There have been a couple.
on the scale of 1,000+ products?
No.
On what kind of scale?
Maybe 10, 20. And once they were notified that, hey, these are still being sold, we usually see them immediately with them from their sales board.
So I guess my question is Green Springs unique in their response?
No.
Just unique in the amount.
Yes.
Anything further on these inspections?
No, I believe that's it.
I'll pass witness.
Thank you.
And I've forgotten, I'm going to write y'all's names down just so I can specifically call you here.
It's Justin first.
And, well, I know you're.
Q Byron,
Byron,
BYRUM.
since we got 2 first here, I want to be able to distinguish.
Just said the old and new.
I don't want that on record.
Okay, thank you. Agent Allen, I'm gonna kind of move around a little bit. That's not intentional, just covered a lot of information. So, but you did say something a little earlier that Mr. Vicentek had said that he was upset that it had not been a full 6 months and you were there for a biannual inspection. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why were you there early? Why were you there premature before the 6 month?
Well, it's 2 times a year. It doesn't have to be 6 months to the day.
But don't the regulations rules state that it's biannual means every 6 months?
I don't have the rules in front of me. I'll have to look at it and see if it's specified that.
Are you aware of Rule 007, rules governing oversight of medical marijuana cultivation facilities, processors, and dispensaries by the Alcohol and Beverage Control Division? Are you familiar with those rules at all?
Yes, I don't have them in front of me to.
Can I hand you the rule and let you look at it?
Sure. Or well, I think Christina.
Okay. If you'll look at Rule 3.6, It's under the definitions section.
Yeah. Page 3.6.
Okay.
I'm sorry, do you have it there?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't looking, I apologize. But you agree with me that biannual is defined as every 6 months, correct?
In the definitions, yes, it is.
So you would agree with me, you were there, you weren't following that section, you were there early, correct?
According to that, we would have been there early, yes.
Well, I mean, folks, according to that, these are the rules to follow, right?
Right.
I mean, is there a reason you were there early?
Not that I can recall.
I want to talk about your March 29, 2023 inspection. And I'm not going to ask you to repeat all that. You definitely covered a lot of information. I think we all understand it. But it sounds like, and I'm going to come give you a synopsis or ask you about a synopsis. Your complaint in regards to that inspection at that point was mainly weights, correct? That there were miscalculation in weights of product by Great Springs, correct?
That and, I mean, there are some that are individual items that are already finished. They're in units at that point, yes.
Okay, but again, the majority of I'll use the word complaints or issues that you had were, again, regarding improper calculation of weights, or maybe I'll use the term inventory issue.
Yes.
Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Okay, so during that entire inspection in March, had no takeaway from your inspection resulted in any kind of endangerment to patients, did it?
As far, because of the weight discrepancies?
That's correct.
No.
And you went into a little bit about mispools and misgrabs, and you definitely went into the definition of those. And let me back up a little bit. You would agree with me, would you not, Agent, that when you're there at these inspections, you don't call them up and say, hey, we're coming to inspect you.
No, we
I mean, it's a surprise inspection.
Yes,
right?
it is.
You're actually there, even if he was looking at the rules, he wouldn't have say he, Mr. Vincent, he wouldn't have had any idea you were coming
Right.
before the 6 month mark, correct?
Right.
And so it would be common before we get there, when you knock on the door and you enter, it's in the middle of a work day, correct? I mean, there are patients and employees, and there's a little bit of a hustle and bustle, correct?
Usually, yes.
Okay, but it's not a real relaxed, quiet atmosphere where he has your total attention, you have his total attention due to the cake and stuff that's been going on all around you, correct?
We normally try to show up either right at opening or a little bit before. I don't recall this being a particularly busy day. We try to avoid first of the month, those kind of things.
But you're asking for him to produce things and show things during the middle of his day. And it's very common for a dispensary not to be able to find something very specific when you come in on them that day, correct? It's common, correct?
Yeah, we have a few places that do have trouble with
Okay.
this.
And you oftentimes say, okay, we understand that. Just call us or email us when you locate the products, or when you locate this, or locate that. That happens often, doesn't it?
Sometimes.
That happened in this situation, didn't it?
For which item? For all of the items?
No, not all the items. I mean, and I'm kind of asking a broad question. You and other agents were contacted by Great Springs after you left the March inspection with follow-up answers to your requests, correct?
I don't recall being contacted. Is there a specific item?
Well, I'll get to that here in just a second.
Okay.
And I'll try to narrow my question to a specific item. Okay. Earlier there, Chip had mentioned there were other agents that were going to testify. Is that Austin Hodges? Was he also an agent there?
Yes.
Okay. So if Mr. Valente emailed or contacted Agent Hodges following the inspection. Would you know about that?
More than likely.
Okay, let me digress a little bit you talked a little bit in your direct examination about the UAM, the inventory tracking, the AR stems. That's the state tracking system, or how I'm characterizing it, the state tracking system. Okay, and you said that it goes through you, or you have the access, the ability to monitor that and see what's going through that tracking system, correct?
Yes, we do have the ability to monitor.
Okay, and Green Springs and all dispensaries have that knowledge, correct? They know that, don't they?
Yes,
Okay. And so Dragon and Centec and all the management at Green Springs, they know that you can track everything coming in and coming out, product going out of that dispensary, correct?
yes,
And you would agree with me that Mr. Centec, knowing that, wouldn't be trying to deceive the system, wouldn't be trying to hide any of this information from you, correct?
I'd object, she wouldn't know what his intentions would be.
That would be hard to do, wouldn't it? No. Impossible to do, correct? The fact that you can monitor it.
no, I wouldn't say it was even harder or impossible, but I mean, again, I wouldn't know what he intended to do.
Okay. And again, you talked about the inventory system and the weights being off with those calculations. After you realized that and discovered that from your biannual inspection, what services, what help did you offer Green Springs to help them improve this tracking and monitoring?
Every time I have been to an inspection there, I have offered to help. He's got contact information for not only myself, but audit manager Glenn Percival, for multiple agents at our agency. And I've never had him reach out for help on any of these issues.
To you?
To me, yes.
Let me move forward to your August 3 inspection that you talked about a little bit in the direct examination, and you brought up sanitary issues.
Yes.
I think you specifically mentioned dirty gloves. I believe it's here. Correct?
Yes.
I apologize. I'm looking to find the photos of that. Page 31. Okay. And you've testified that this photograph shows, I think what you said was unsanitary environment.
Yes.
Okay. What is unsanitary?
Everything.
Well, I mean, did you test these gloves?
No, I did not.
Did you take the gloves with you and have any idea what these gloves were used for?
No, I did not take them with me. They were used in the processing area.
Right. How often is the processing area used in Green Springs?
I wouldn't know.
You have any clue? If it was used once a month, twice a month, you have no idea how often that's used.
No, I
And
don't.
when you appeared at the inspection in August, it was not being used, correct?
While we were there, no. It was not being used.
There was nobody even coming in and out of that room, that processing room, correct?
Not that I recall.
Well, I'm asking you, you've specifically taken pictures of these gloves and talked about them and indicated that they are unsanitary. I mean, is that just an opinion you have, or do you have any kind of proof for the board that this photograph is unsanitary? Or you just saying that gloves are unsanitary?
Well, I think the whole area is pretty unsanitary. The baking tray that has what appears to be paper and an oil substance that would have been used in processing. There's old tincture bottles and UIN labels that I'm guessing were from product that were processed.
But why are you guessing? That's my question. Why are you guessing that this is unsanitary? Guessing that these should be oils, and guessing that these gloves are unsanitary?
Well, the parchment paper with I'm really not sure if that's supposed to be an oil or if that's burnt.
Well, that's my question. Why? You say you don't know. You don't know, do you?
I mean, I don't know exactly what that product is supposed to be, but dispenser, the certificate specifically said that, yeah, this was their processing area and that is from processing.
We've also, same question, items 31 and 32, or not items, but photographs 31 and 32. You have taken some photographs of a room, and you have the opinion that it's not up to standard.
Yes, that is my opinion.
But again, you did not test anything, analyze anything. You did no kind of analysis of any of these products, other than it's in somewhat of an unorganized state, correct?
Yes.
You spent a little bit of time talking about products or expired products. And I believe you said the rules indicate that it's after the expiration of 12 months, the product is expired. Is that correct?
ADH rules. Do say yes after 1 year.
And what is the effect of the product after expiration?
What do you mean by effect as far as?
I mean, other than a rule stating, giving us those timeframes, is there even an issue with the product itself?
I
The
wouldn't know.
efficacy of the product?
I'm gonna object. I don't think Agent Allen is in the right profession to be able to talk about the scientific effects of THC on a patient when they're inhaling an unknown THC level.
She testified. I had the ability to cross-examine her. She brought her up to the board and said that there were issues with it.
Right, but Agent, you were not stating from an analysis you completed, you were testifying that the items, according to the rules that you read, were beyond the expiration date, not that you had tested them or had come to like a conclusion yourself based on doing any analysis other than reading the data you fire track. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It's fair, but the rules don't state after an expiration date, the potency of a product is what declares it as expired or not. It's rules state you're not allowed to sell a product after an expiration date.
Right.
So that's what we're here to listen to, has nothing to do with how effective it is, the potency, how safe it is. It's just whether or not you're allowed to sell a product after an expiration date.
I agree.
Well, if I may respond, basically in the opening statement, we heard words of endangerment to patients, putting patients at risk. That's where I was trying to determine whether the board is yet to hear any type of testimony of endangerment or risk. And that's where
This is labeled as medical. If you've got a cabinet full of antibiotics that are labeled as medical, the doctor recommends you throw those out after expiration. So he doesn't say test it and see if it's still good. So, the medical is where is the viewpoint that we're supposed to look at for the marijuana that we are regulating.
And I can clear this up on a legal basis. Opening statement is argument from attorneys. He may cross-examine within the scope of what Detective Allen or Agent Allen has testified to. She has not made any statements that she can tell us what the effect of the lab results on a product would be to a patient.
Well, under the MMC rules, the fact you're not allowed to sell it past the expiration date is under the assumption that
Correct.
it may
Because they don't know when they're making.
correct? Is that where those rules?
And those are Arkansas Department of Health rules,
For the expiration date.
not rules that it's BABC or MMT.
Chairman Glass, just for your reference, that is one of ABC rules is compliance with Department of Health rules.
And I'm not, oh man, I don't know if I ask a question, I'm not challenging the comments from the board, but Agent, would you agree with me that there's a difference in a plant in marijuana versus a chemical such as hydrocodone or oxycodone? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do any rules or regulations that you are aware of require the expiration dates to be put on the bottles themselves, on the labels? That's not on.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to look at those.
Well, as you sit here today, before the board, you're not aware of any rule or regulation that require you're not aware of any of a rule requiring that, correct?
The test date is required to be on there, but I don't know if there's
No.
an expiration date.
And to your knowledge, as you sit here, no dispensary puts an expiration date on their bottles, do they?
Not to my knowledge.
Kind of got into a little bit on the same topic about other dispensaries have sold expired products in your experience.
Yes.
Okay. And you said, I think you said that Green Springs was not unique in that situation, correct? Okay. And which other dispensaries were you referring to?
If you know any specifics.
Okay, 420 dispensary, the Source dispensary, Osage dispensary. Those are three that come to mind.
Of all sold expired products, sold products that have been expired.
Yes.
And are you aware, you may not be, but are you aware that Green Springs volume is substantially higher than those three dispensaries that you mentioned?
I wouldn't say that, no. The Source is quite a large facility. They do a lot of business.
So again, as we sit here today, addressing these issues from both inspections, both of the March 29 and the August 3 inspection, we talked a little bit about weights and issues that you have. As you sit here, you have no personal knowledge or testimony of any kind of endangerment to any patient that Green Springs has had or has had, correct?
For inventory discrepancies.
Or anything that you've testified to here today, just the whole thing, the whole testimony. You don't have any knowledge or argument or testimony about any kind of endangerment to any cannabis patient at Green Springs, correct?
Well, for items that were what Mr. Pacific explained as like municipal items or those, if we had a recall, something was wrong with those, we wouldn't be able to track down what patient that affected.
Did that happen?
Has it happened yet? No,
It has not happened, has it?
not to my knowledge.
You're not aware of any complaint or issue that any patient of Green Springs has had, correct?
I can't speak to that.
I'll take the witness.
I have a few more questions. Go ahead.
You also deal with alcohol and tobacco?
No. Usually not, yeah.
Do you feel like it's your job to wait until someone's harmed to go and bring it up to the dispensary or the cultivation or to the agency, or do you feel like it's your duty, your job description to make sure no one's going to be harmed?
Yeah, we definitely want to be proactive to make sure that nobody is harmed.
And I have some follow-up questions. Agent Allen, it is in ABC regulations that a permit holder is required to cooperate with enforcement at any time that they show up, correct?
Yes.
And they are required to produce any records at any time that an ABC enforcement agent asks them.
Yes.
And so there is an allegation that you maybe showed up early for a biannual inspection. You have the right to show up to a dispensary at any time and ask for any records. And is that what you did here?
Yes.
And were you maybe following procedures that you would similarly follow at a biannual inspection
Yes.
to make sure that you were being comprehensive?
Yes.
And do you follow the same types of procedures at every dispensary or cultivation site when you go in?
Yes.
And you've done biannual inspections at cultivation sites that are arguably much larger than Green Springs, right?
Yes.
With a lot more employees
Yes.
and a lot more going on, matter of fact, several different processing rooms, kitchens,
Yes.
vaults, all that. And do they ever complain or say this is ridiculous when you ask them to show them items?
No.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about what was brought up about the dirtiness. Will you look at those pictures about the processing area? Do you think that glove is dirty?
Yes,
Do you think that baking tray is dirty?
yes,
Do you think that's some sort of sticky, rubbed around substance on that wax paper?
yes.
Is there anything covering that?
No.
And this is just on some random baking tray?
Yes.
Are there a bunch of loose papers out there?
There is,
A bunch of jars, maybe an empty lid?
yes,
Is there a random bowl?
yes,
Do you know what that would be used for?
No.
Are there crumbs of marijuana on the table?
yes, there appears to be,
We flip to the next picture. Are there crumbs on that table?
yes,
And is there a box with some trash in it?
yes.
And what are these random jars of like coconut oil? What is that on the bottom shelf?
Yeah, that is a jar of coconut oil and what appears to be, alcohol.
And are those red Solo cups?
Yes,
Have you ever seen red Solo cups in other processing areas?
not that I can think of now.
Okay. Does that look dirty to you?
Yes,
You say alcohol, you're talking about
I believe,
alcohol for consumption.
this is actually used for, this is supposed to be used to clean utensils.
And will you flip to the next page? Is there a frying pan there
Yes,
and a pot that's overturned on top of it maybe
yes,
and a paintbrush?
yes,
And then does that look like garden clippers maybe?
yes,
Are you seeing crumbs with stems and stuff?
yes,
And then you also have some jars with random stickers on it, but we can't really tell what it is.
yes.
And there's some sort of little plastic disposal. What is that?
I'm not sure.
Okay, weird. Would you call that dirty?
Yes,
Do you leave your countertops like that?
no,
Would you shop at this dispensary if you were a patient?
absolutely not.
Have you seen several other dispensaries that do not have loose papers and frying pans lying around?
Yes, I don't think I've seen this at any other dispensary.
Okay. And you said that maybe there were some other dispensaries that had accidentally sold expired products before, right?
Yes,
Did they sell more than 1,882?
No.
Did they sell more than 500?
No.
More than 200?
No.
More than 50?
I think one may have sold more than 50. I think it was over, across 10 UINs, I think it was 62.
And we had 151 UINs in this case,
Yes.
right? And 116 that were specifically on the list that you told me not to sell, right?
Yes,
Okay. And those other dispensaries, once they were informed that they had accidentally sold expired products, did they immediately remove them or quarantine them?
yes,
Have you had anybody else push back and argue that it's okay to sell expired products?
No.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
I'll follow up, and I'm not trying to beat a dead horse or anything.
No, you're good.
Okay, great. Agent, what is unsanitary? And again, I'm sorry, I'm referring to these photographs again. I'm looking at photograph page 33. What is unsanitary about some crumbs of dried leaves? I'm looking at, I just specifically have page 33.
okay. Is it this?
It's the one with the glove on it.
Okay.
Page 30.
Read really any of them, but I think you mentioned
And I'm
all
sorry,
three. You talked about dried leaves, and those are leaves from marijuana plants, correct? They're dried leaves, correct?
it's what it appears to be, yeah.
But that's not unsanitary, is it?
The environment is unsanitary.
And I believe I asked you, prior to you walking into Green Springs for your inspection, I can't remember if this was the August or March, but do you have any testimony or knowledge of when the last time that room was used prior to your inspection?
I don't know.
And you mentioned a little bit in your redirect that you expect dispensaries to cooperate with enforcement agents. And Green Springs was very cooperative with you, correct?
Well, if you're talking about her redirect,
Yes.
I would not say very cooperative, no.
They didn't hide, you asked for stuff, they provided it, correct?
Some of it.
Or they followed up with it via email after you left, correct?
I don't believe he followed up with me on anything after.
You asked to go into a room, he showed you into a room, correct?
Yep, we didn't have any issue with that, yeah.
Okay, he gave you, you had full, you're supposed to, he gave you full reign of the entire dispensary, correct? He didn't say don't go into that room or can't look there or anything like that.
No, not specifically. He was very frustrated when we got there and he
Okay.
let us know that he didn't want us to be there, but, and he actually asked me to put it that this is ridiculous on the record for him, which I acknowledged and I did.
And it was the middle of his workday, correct?
I believe this was at 10 a.m.
Well, beginning of
Right,
the, it was a Tuesday, correct?
I would have to look back at
There were patients and employees working, correct?
their were employees working.
And so did you have an issue with him being a little frustrated that you came at that point when there were a lot of patients being treated?
I mean, he's free to feel however he wants to feel, but I mean, we're just doing our job.
Okay, nothing further.
Thank you, now.
Thank you.
ABC will call Agent Austin Hodges next.
Can we do a little shuffle over here so I can refer to chips?
That's sort of fun.
To get
Switch
our
places.
witness.
And just I'm going to make a little statement to both sides of this, if we start hearing the same questions again and again, and the same stuff, we'll get to the point that I might expect, hey, we need to move.
Just let me know if I need to move it along.
Yeah.
Very good. Sir, would you go ahead and introduce yourself for the record?
I am Agent Austin Hodges. I've been with ABC on the marijuana side since November.
Okay, so you were present during the biannual inspection at Great Springs Medical in August 3rd of 23.
I was.
Can you tell the board briefly, what your responsibilities were that day?
Yes, so I assisted Agent Allen with the inventory portion of the inspection, and I also conducted the grow operations portion of the inspection.
Okay, now Mr. Vincetic wanted his displeasure for this biannual to be noted. So tell the board, what was the interaction that day related to his displeasure with y'all being there?
Absolutely. So myself, Senior Auditor Allen, Investigator Matthew Thomas, and Investigator Reginald Ridgel arrived at the facility and made contact with Director Vincenti. When I explained to him that we were there for his biannual inspection, he advised that he thought the inspection should be sometime in September. I explained to the Dragons that the inspection could occur anytime during the 6-month period, which is what's noted in 4.3. Director Vincenti then voiced his displeasure and claimed that it was the busiest day of the month. I advised that this was the day his inspection was scheduled. Director Vincenti allowed that investigators and auditors display this Director Vincenti continued to display this agitation throughout the initial parts of the inspection. When he was retrieving inventory for myself and Senior Auditor Allen, Director Vincenti placed the items on the counter forcefully and voiced his agitation multiple times. At one point, Director Vincenti said, "This is ridiculous," regarding the biannual inspection, and told Senior Auditor Allen that he wanted that on the record. It should be noted that the facility was busy at the beginning of the inspection. There was a large amount of patients there, and that Director Vincenti did calm down as the inspection continued. The way this impacted our inspection was how we conduct our inspections. So I've participated in 228 biannual inspections since starting at this agency. Countless marijuana investigations, several hundred. When we do an inspection, the way it works is we send in a team. In this case, we send in 4 agents. These 4 agents each had a different responsibility. Senior Auditor Allen's responsibility was the inventory operations portion of this inspection. Our responsibility was the grow operations portion of the inspection. Investigator Thomas and Investigator Ridgel were dividing up construction, advertising, and day-to-day operations. When we go into a typical inspection, all 4 of us would separate, and we would handle our individual sections. That way we can get in and out of the dispensary as quickly as possible to minimize the impact on the dispensary. In this case, we couldn't do that. Because of this hostility, I made the decision to not divide us up because I did not feel safe leaving an agent alone with just him. I did not think that would be the best decision. I also felt like it would escalate the situation by asking for additional help so that we would conduct the portions of the inspection. In the sense, we catered to him so we could minimize our impact to this facility while they were busy. And he still continued to act hostile towards myself and my agents.
Agent Hodges show you the same pictures that Agent Allen's already identified of the processing area. seen these before?
Yes, I have.
And that was the state of his processing area on the day of your inspection, August 3rd?
That is correct.
How many inspections did you say you've been on as a ABC enforcement agent?
228.
And you ever seen a processing facility as dirty as this?
No. If there is disorganization at a facility, because they are currently working in it, it still doesn't have typically have the buds and all the other stuff there leading to cross-contamination. I also heard during redirect mention of the jars that were on that table. Those jars with the stickers on them, and what photo is that?
I say we have page 32. I don't know what the name is on your,
I'll ask about this page right here.
okay. The top corner?
Yes, that top part. Those jars had a UIN on them. They were products. That was that was being processed. They were part of a lot that I actually asked to see during the inspection. That was the move at East Top. On that, I documented it in my report. It was UIN M00021G 0525063592A. Everyone in East Top will move with these. There are 599 eaches. There's 301 counted as individually packaged, with the remaining along with the rest being in jars of distillate because they've done the digital conversion for the distillate. We have looked at the jars as well, and these were photographs as a part of the inspection as well. Likewise, I did receive additional communication after the inspection with Spencer Bicentennial. He had, let's see. And part of that conversation was about some of the items that they processed, including some color release suppositories, and that they had, and I'm sorry, it was actually during my city. He had sent me, the first images was a screenshot from our tracker where it appeared that during my city was attempting to make an adjustment to a UIN, which was the color release suppository GSM from quantity 15 to 0, and an error message on the screen. That is one of those currently QA sample. We were helped them out, or I helped them with trying to resolve these issues like this. But as far as the processing area, yes, it was extremely unsanitary. Our concerns with that has to do with cross-contamination from the products. And obviously we don't want unknown flour going into a product that is currently being processed because we do not know at that time where that flour came from. It's not labeled, it's not trained in the system at that point.
That raises another question real quick. If someone's processing and they have a lot of stems, shake that's left over, if they have a workspace that kind of looks like that with a lot of bud lying around, they can destroy that, correct?
Absolutely.
And the process for destroying it would be send notice to ABC, wait 72 hours, and then they can destroy it using our procedures of grinding it up, combining it with some other material before it's actually wasted, right?
That is correct. There's a couple different ways to do that where they could place it into a waste lot through adjustments. And then once again, they would schedule it for destruction, but it would be cleaned up. Typically, we see that done by the end of the business day.
But there was no destruction event from Green Springs for any flour material that was on this table.
Not that I'm aware of.
In inventory tracking, it still exists, and there's never been any tracking of that product.
As far as I know.
Let me ask you about follow-up. I think you got from Mr. Vicente related to one of the items. It was a 454 pallet lot on page 21 of our exhibit package. This is the image I'd like to show you. Did you receive this from Mr. Vicente?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And this purports to be 4 separate jars of cookies GDO. And that was one of the items that was not located during that August inspection, correct?
That's correct.
We look at the list.
So while you're looking at that, Agent Hodges, you were saying that they can dispose through the 72-hour process, the extra material, left over from the processing. When you checked into that, then that goes to BioTrack as well?
Correct. So the way that it works is once they set it for destruction, we see a destruction notification come on our home screen on the state side of the inventory tracking system. At that point, we can look at it. If we determine that it's necessary, we can send an agent out there to watch the destruction process. We don't always do that. That's just an option in it. But if we are aware of what the UIN is or something we can monitor, there's a few different ways we can find that process.
And as part of this audit review of their system, for them being a processing facility of this size and, you know, what they produce in there, would you say that there's probably a common percentage of destruction orders you see just as part of this process? Would you say that they are doing those destruction orders on a regular basis like you would see at other facilities, or are they doing it at all?
So there's so many variables that kind of go into that, it's hard to say. So some places will do kind of a wasteless process. I believe that Beacon Kimball was one that was kind of looking at that, if I remember correctly. It really depends on the scale of what you're saying. So with Green Springs, they started processing back before they even had it grow. They were processing for their first biannual inspection, and that I went to in 2021. Their grow, I don't believe, opened up to the end of 22, if I remember correctly. There's so many, there's a lot of variables that go into that, and it also depends on what exactly they're destroying. Are they destroying just plant waste? Are they destroying distillate? Are they destroying? It would be hard for me to be able to come up with an average.
So in the long and short of it, there's not an easy way to say that, you know, through all of this looking, that material that we're seeing in those pictures that should be destructed as one method you described is, there's not like an easy way to say that this is out of line, that they should have been doing more destruction or less. You know, there's not a way of really making that good discerning if that's like a red flag.
I would agree with what you're saying, that there's not really a good way to know that that specific product was or was not destroyed. What would be more of a concern is the fact that there was no way for us to even account for that product at that time.
Right. Sorry, Joe.
Agent Hodges, I've got it here on the list. It was a flower lot, Good Day Farm, 454 grams. And that was the one that could not be found at all. And the follow-up looks like text message on page 21 of this packet here, where there's 4 images, 4 jars, each weighing about 100 grams. Change. Okay, so let me back up. Green Springs is primarily a deli-style dispensary. Correct. Can you explain to the board briefly what that means?
So there's different ways to sell the product. Deli style references large jars of bud or flower that would be, a patient would say, I want this many grams of this specific strain or this specific item, and then that would be taken out of that jar and placed into an individual package and sold to the product. It would be sold as flower lot at that point versus a pre-packed dispensary where they're selling what is already packaged before the patient would be provided.
So this was 400 some odd grams of flour. It was sold in bulk to Green Springs. So a 454 gram shipment was sent to Green Springs. Wasn't found at the time of inspection. So this was sent after, it appears to be dated Friday, 11:25 a.m. Does that sound about right? Sorry.
Yes, it does.
Okay. How big is a 100 gram jar of marijuana? Talking coffee can size, bigger, smaller?
Maybe a little bigger than 8 point cans. That's probably not quite that big, but.
Okay. So these 4, not found at inspection, but sometime later, images sent to you.
Correct.
Okay. And from these images, did it appear that the jars have been relabeled?
I would say so, especially looking at the image on the bottom right. It looks like there's no label underneath that.
And Agent Hodges, how are we to know, looking at green leafy substance, what it is or isn't? There's no way to tell a strain just from looking at a green leafy substance in a bag, right?
No, way to get to the specific strain, no. The only way that we're able to track it is through the UIN and what would be on there.
And Agent Hodges, I wanted to ask you about some follow-up you did regarding some expired sales that we've been talking about today. You had found some social media posts. Can you tell the board, what you came across and what the significance is?
Yes, so this was while we were looking into the expired products investigation. Because on October 18th, I was reviewing the social media application Reddit when I was on the subreddit that's named the r/ARMMJ subreddit, which discusses issues regarding artificial medical marijuana. I noticed an image or a post that showed two images of a vape cart from Good Day Farm that was titled 2-year-old vape cart from Green Springs. Question mark. The post read as follows.
So Agent Hodges, before you get into it, this is the image that you sent us on page 61 of the exhibit pack and on 62 of the exhibit pack. Correct.
Is this a post from the consumer?
I believe so, yes. We don't know specifically, we don't know who the user is, but
They create their own username. They post this.
Well, the consumer saying, posting a picture of that.
that's what's believed, yes.
And when did you come across this image? Do you recall?
It's October 18th.
Okay. And at that point, it was a 2-month-old post.
That's correct.
So subsequent to the August biannual, at some point, patient was sold this item.
Correct. So the post read, I usually always go to Suite 443, but they didn't have anything I wanted on feature and ended up wanting to check out full grant PDFs since I've only ever seen them in 0.5s and 0.3s. I take out the bag and see that it was extracted literally 2 years ago. Is that even okay? Like that's way too old to be sold at a medical dispensary. After I was able to see that at UIN, that was actually on the package. The product UIN was M00123C 0624-692-8887. So I started researching that and I spoke to Senior Auditor Allen about that, provided me her research from AR Sims that she had looked into regarding the expired products. But I was able to find that, while looking at this, that this UIN did not have a single sale prior to August 14th, 2023, which was 11 days after the biannual inspection. And that it had been sold between August 14th and August 23 of 2023. And that the QA test results for this item was August 31st, 2021. This was part of Senior Auditor Allen's investigation and was something that she documented during the expired products.
Agent Hodges, was there anything further on the expired products that you were looking at for this report?
I did go with her to assist at the in January, and I was present for some of the undercover persons, not physically at the facility, but nearby, so I could respond to assist. But for the most part, I just assist her in January, and like the undercover agent will testify to the purchases. So
I'll pass the witness.
Agent Hodges, I'll be pretty brief, but I did want to ask you very briefly, when you presented yourself to the dispensary, I think you said that there were a lot of patients there when you were on scene, correct?
yes, I'd say so.
Okay, they were working a lot of patients on that morning, and it was very busy, correct?
I would say so.
And from your interaction with Mr. Vincente, he was frustrated that you were there and he had all these patients over here that he was trying to tend to and also comply with requests that you were making, correct?
I'd say he was frustrated, yes.
You talked a little bit, you testified a little bit about the processing room with the free photographs that we've seen. And you talked a little bit about the jars that were in there on top of the table.
That's correct.
And all of those jars were sealed, correct?
Yes. It appears that they are, especially the ones that, were labeled as products.
So in regards to what we're seeing in those photographs, the jars and the liquids that you talked about, there would be no risk or potential of any type of cross contamination, correct?
I would disagree with that.
For that to happen, somebody would have to go by and open the jars, correct?
Yes,
When you arrived on scene, was anybody in the processing room?
no, they were not, at least not to our knowledge.
And after you were there, you testified a little about your experiences and what you saw and encountered. And then, how long were you there? You may have said, I apologize.
For the whole time we were at this,
And I'm ballpark, I'm not.
I'd say between 2 and 3 hours that day. It would be hard for me to say for sure, just because in so many inspections, but I believe it's probably between 2 and 3 hours.
And specifically with Green Springs, when you left, you had follow-up communication, correct? Via emails or text, correct?
During this one, I believe it was text messages. Yes.
I apologize, okay. And that's, do you see that a lot?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's common, correct?
Yes, so we see that from multiple different facilities, not just Green Springs, but most of them will communicate with us too.
Okay, and that's not only Grand Springs, but other dispensaries attempting to comply with your request and follow up and get you the information you asked for, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be a very strong indication of being very cooperative with you, correct?
I would say that is being cooperative at that time.
Okay. You spent a little bit of time on the text message that you received from Mr. Vicente in regards to the 454 grams. And I apologize, I don't have the number here. I think it's page 21 of the exhibits. And that's the 4 packages of marijuana, totally 454. You see that?
That'd be the image of the cookies, Good Day Farm, and again, 2374.
Okay. And I believe it was Mr. Vicente himself sent you that photograph and then explained why he was sending you that photograph, correct?
Yes, so the text message that he sent me said, "Hey Austin, we did locate the 454 grams of KF00123C 0613 725 2374 cookies. I was looking for an unopened bag since it was 454 grams, but it had already been bottled up and put on sale."
Okay. So he's telling you that he was looking, due to that way, he was looking for an unopened bag and he couldn't find an unopened bag of 454 grams while you were on site, correct?
That's how I interpret
Okay,
the message.
that's a fair, but better way to ask the question. And he explained, this explanation to you indicates that he found it later because he had opened up the bag before and had divided it into 4 separate jars, correct?
I don't know that I'd go so far to say that it indicates that. I would say that would be the statement he was making to me.
Okay. And you said that he's a deli, the Green Springs, a deli style dispensary.
Correct.
They don't sell prepackaged products, do they?
They do sell some prepackaged products, but not prepackaged flour, at least not usually prepackaged flour.
They're not going to sell a prepackaged product of 454 grams, correct?
That caused the patient to go over their allotment, so I'd say no.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. And that would be a logical explanation that he was looking for an unopened bag, but in fact, he'd already opened it and put it into a product that he said that dispensary sells, correct?
I'd say it's a possible explanation.
I noticed Agent Hodges on your report, and I'm looking at your supplement. It's actually page 8 of 48. It's directed.
I don't have the page numbers on my report. I apologize.
Oh.
Typically on mine, I have like a little part that kind of titles it.
Okay, I apologize.
The supplement text messages from Greg Weston.
Yes, supplement operations authorized by Hodges. It's got top August 3 of 2023.
I'm on that page.
Mr. Hurst, is there a page number that your packet you're referring to?
No, this is Agent Hodges' report. I was asking, I don't believe I myself.
Mr. Agent Hodges' report is included in your packet.
Okay, well, you have it there in front of you?
I have, mine, I'm not sure if they're, that's okay.
You
If there's
see,
a page number, you can direct the board, please.
give me 1 second, I apologize. Lost mine. I gave away all my exhibits. I apologize. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, okay. It would be exhibit.
While you're looking at that, just a quick question, we're doing like all the violations on the front page.
Yes.
In regards to the items that were on the list to be removed and not to be sold, that we've since seen the data from the previous agent that has sold, which one of these does that fall under?
We can cover that in closing, we'll do it
Okay.
for each.
Yeah, just for like clarity.
It's exhibit 12, page 8.
And so that's an independent exhibit packet.
That's correct.
Do you recognize that supplement to your report, Agent Hodges?
I do.
Okay.
And I just noticed there near the bottom, it's not marked as your exhibit, but you see what you've indicated. Auditor Hodges determined. You see that near the bottom? Auditor Hodges determined.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and you indicate Auditor Hodges determined that the facility had a total of 50 mature plants and 75 immature plants. New sentence, there were no discrepancies discovered regarding the plants. Is that accurate in your report?
Yes, that would be specifically talking about the plants that were in the facility.
Correct. And so the issues that you have, and I'll call them issues, with your biannual inspection of Green Springs, again, only dealt with the inventory or weight issues that you testified about, correct? It didn't have anything to do with the plants or.
Members of the board, I don't think Agent Hodges discussed inventory discrepancies.
Oh, wait, I apologize. Weight issues.
I believe,
Answer.
as far as my testimony, no, there were no issues specifically with the plants.
So as you sit here today before the board, you have no testimony to offer up in regards to Green Springs endangering any of its cannabis patients, do you?
I would somewhat disagree with that.
Isn't your testimony just the miscalculation of the weights, or you were looking for 454 grams, you couldn't find it? It had nothing to do with the safety of any patient.
If we're talking about specifically about the plants and that weight, not necessarily. However, during my inspection, I did assist during the inventory operations portion, and the common explanation that was given to us during that was that these items were mispulls or misgrams. In those situations, when those occur, the correct item that is sold to the patient is not what's reported in the system. We have no idea what was sold to the patient in a lot of cases when this happens. And based off that, we also don't have a way to contact that patient if something does go wrong with that product and we have to issue a recall.
You didn't know any of that in your report, did you?
Not in the August 3rd report, because that was covered by Senior Auditor Alla, but in the March report, I did discuss that, which would be report number 2023-0381.
What you did discuss a minute ago too, regarding your direct examination, was this, I think you characterized it as a social media post, some type of, I guess, some social media platform.
you have any idea, did you research, investigate the authenticity of that post in any form, or did you just see it as you were trolling through social media and take issue with it?
We saw it I saw it while I was going through social media.
Do you know who posted that? Do you know,
No, I just know the username of the person.
do you even know, you know anything about this post at all?
Other than what was posted and what's more important.
That's correct, by some person that in the internet land.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if it was even a patient of Green Springs?
No, I can't say that.
Do you even know if it was a resident of the state of Arkansas?
No, I can't say that.
Up to the witness.
I have a few follow-up questions. I don't want to take up too much of the board's time, but I'm going to ask you a few things I asked Agent Allen. You've been on much bigger biennials at very large cultivation facilities, correct?
Correct.
They're busy too, right?
Correct.
Do they have several hundred employees in a lot of situations?
Absolutely.
And much more going on in 10 to 20 individual rooms plus kitchen,
Yes.
which is substantially larger than Green Springs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is there some objective standard for dirty or unsanitary? There's no test to say that something's dirty, is there?
No, not really. It would have to be based on our observations.
So in your subjective opinion, was the processing area dirty?
Yes, it was.
Was there sticky stuff out there?
Absolutely.
Would you want to shop at Green Springs knowing what you know in every other dispensary in the state?
I'm not objecting the relevancy of that, whether he wants to shop, I don't see the relevance to the board in this line of.
I'll move on. Some violations that ABC gives out are because of risk to patients, correct?
Correct.
And others are just standard violations of rules, right?
Correct.
So not every violation that we give is going to have to go to patient safety, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that they sell mostly in deli jars, right?
Flower products, correct.
Okay, and so that green leafy material we saw sitting on the table in the processing room, it would be super easy for somebody to pick that up and stick that in a deli jar, wouldn't it?
It would be.
I have no further questions.
Any questions for the board?
I got a question for Chip.
Yes, sir.
We keep bringing up this 6 months and it was early. And if I read this correct, the division or enforcement shall conduct a minimum of 1 inspection every 6 months. So could you do 3 inspections a year if you had the choice?
Yes, sir. And to Director Bjornson's point, they can show up essentially at any time to investigate if they have complaints.
So if it didn't go the full 6 months, it doesn't matter because it's a minimum. You can have a maximum.
Right. No, I understand where Mr. Vicente may have been set or expecting that it wouldn't get so soon, but at the end of the day, it's perfectly legal and allowable for the enforcement group to be in the dispensary. Basically whenever, and as many inspections as they need to make.
You can make 3 or 4 or 5 a year, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you, Agent Hutchison.
I'm sorry, board, do you have any questions? for
No, I don't think that's all. Thank you, Agent.
Thank you. We call Agent Wilson.
Yeah, let's take a quick restroom break. Everyone needs to check the phones. Well, it's 11:03, let's say by like 11:10. I guess everyone has time.
Thank you.
We're on recess. More deposit report.
This conference is no longer being recorded. This conference will now be recorded.
start taking our seats, we'll start back here in just a second. We're going to start recording. At this time, we'll now bring the hearing back to order. ABC, you have a new witness.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Bless. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Investigator Kenosha Wilson. Investigator Kenosha Wilson.
How long have you been with ABC?
Since May of 2022.
But Agent Wilson, just kind of a quick question for you. I understand that you went to Green Springs Medical in September of last year regarding some of these expired lab test sets.
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose for going to Green Springs on that day?
Well,
First off, what day was that?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, September 27th.
Okay.
And the audit team had informed me and another agent that Mr. Wilson was still selling expired product. And they just wanted us to go and ask him if he was. And they had also seen that he was mixing some of them together, and they wanted to ask why he was doing that. So when we went there, we asked, hey, are you still selling expired products? He said, no, he didn't think so. And then we asked, well, we see you're mixing some of this stuff together, and what was the purpose? And he said he was gonna do it for processing and then get it retested. So.
Okay, so you squarely addressed the issue of expired product sales, and Mr. Vicente agreed that they had been sold, or, I'm sorry.
Well, he said no, he said no, he didn't believe so.
Okay, he said he hadn't been making any sales.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that, what happened?
Well, he just went on to say that he was doing some of the mixing with the UINs, certain UINs to do processing, and that he would get them retested. And I believe the investigator originally asked if he had gotten some stuff retested, and I think he said he had sent some stuff off, but that was never confirmed by me or Agent Regional, I believe. So then I think I asked him one more time, just, basically saying, we were just making sure you weren't selling any of the stuff because they were seeing in the system that he had made some sales, and he said, well, they shouldn't have.
Was there anything further on that day?
Nothing that I can think of.
I'll pass the witness.
Investigator, very briefly, and so you were there, did you say September 22?
September 2023, September 27th.
27?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, okay. And so when you presented yourself to Green Springs, they were in business, they were operating, correct?
Yeah.
And it was work day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Zentek greeted you and answered all the questions that you asked him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He was pleasant and cordial with you, and I don't know if your other agents were there, but with you more specifically, correct?
I didn't have an issue with him that day, no, sir.
Nothing further.
I just have one question. When the inventory showed that sales of expired products occurred and you called him on it, he just said, I don't believe it happened.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the only point of clarification I have.
That raises any questions for the board? No. All right, thank you, Agent. Members of the board, Agent Vigil is also here. However, he was with Agent Wilson. His testimony would mostly be duplicative of that testimony. So I'll move on to Agent Miller now. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Blake Miller.
And you were with ABC Enforcement?
Correct. I'm an investigator assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
And do you recall when you started?
Yes, this June will make 3 years with the agency.
Okay, so you were so employed last year, all year?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I understood you were involved in some of the investigation on the expired lab test sales. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the board what was your involvement?
Yeah, so as you heard testimony from the audit division, they were needing some undercover boots on the ground, so to say. So I was actually that agent who was in an undercover capacity and made some investigative purchases at this facility.
Okay, so walk us through some of your purchases. Let's start with the expired product first.
Yes, sir. So I believe the exact date was October 3rd of 2023. Prior before my entry into the store, we had done some intel. There was a online ordering platform known as Maps. This is a web page that you can look. You can actually order products online. We observed many of the expired products on this platform. Also had the detailed roster of expired products that was supplied to me from the audit division. So with that, I created a little makeshift notepad, if you will. Had that scribed and ready to go, and made my entry on October 3rd into the store. That particular morning, I met there was a mail clerk who assisted me on this occasion. Requested several different types of brands of product. However, on each request, we don't have that. We don't have that. I do recall saying, well, I observed this on Weed Maps. And the clerk had indicated we need to update Weed Maps to our current inventory. One of the last products that I requested was, in fact, a marijuana vapor type cartridge. The clerk did indicate with a gesture like, oh, we have that. Motioned into the back area, retrieved a box, and sold that to me. Exited the establishment, further observed what we were looking for. What I remember seeing was a test date. If you look back, for the deep line alchemy product that I purchased, showed a test date affixed to the product, June 21st of 2022.
And Agent Miller, I want to ask you, we have on page 60 of the packet, this is labeled an evidence packet product. There's a vape cartridge, half gram distillate, and we see the test date here at the bottom. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So this is that deep line alchemy that you purchased on that.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other purchases that you made at Green Springs Medical?
There was. So within this investigation, I also attempted another investigative purchase on the 12th of October of 2023. For this occasion, again, we had done our intel, still had supplied with me a good roster of expired product. Wanted to mix things up, so to say. So this purchase, I was going after a flower type product, flower lot. So I was going to purchase a bug type product. That occasion, it was a female clerk who assisted me on this day. It was in the afternoon hours, close to noon. And what I remember observing on this particular occasion, as they indicated, this was a deli style store. This dispensary had multiple glass jars with my list of product names. I'm looking through, rattling off some of the names to this clerk. Again, it was the same rebuttal. Oh, you're going to be disappointed. We don't have a lot of this stuff left. It's that time of year, something to that effect. Ultimately, I did see one of the names that was affixed to this jar, Funky Charms, and I was sold, I believe, on that day at an 1/8 of an ounce, so 3.5 grams approximately of Funky Charms flower product.
And that is this image on page 61 of our exhibit packet, page 60 of our exhibit packet, right here.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And was this an expired product or a product that expired lab test?
This was a little different. What I did was brought this evidence back to our headquarters down here in Little Rock, allowed the audit division to help me review this, and it was through everyone's observation. There was no test date fixed to this particular label that was on this bottle.
And is that a violation of Department of Health rules to exclude a test date on a label?
I believe it is.
Okay. All right, thank you, Agent Miller. I'll pass the witness.
That's your number, apologize. I'll look at both my numbers. It's number 61 on the packet photograph. It's the second photograph that you were just testing about. Testifying about, sorry.
Yes, sir.
And it's hard for me to read just because it's small print. You have a picture of a bottle there. It says Green Springs Medical, LLC. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it says a little bit under the harvest date.
I do see
You see
that.
that? Who determines that?
I do not know.
Do you have any knowledge, in your scope of, as an investigator, of what's supposed to be or not supposed to be on these labels?
For this investigation, a test date or some sort of information detailing an expiration date. That was the information provided to me for this investigation.
Okay, that's all that's provided to you for this investigation.
For these buys.
So nothing further.
Just a few follow-ups. The first product that you purchased was expired, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And it was purchased in October of 2023, over a year and several months expired?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the second product, it does not have a QA date on it, does it?
Correct.
Matter of fact, it says QA date without a date next to it.
I remember seeing a blank space, yes.
And is it the dispensary's responsibility that no matter what they get from a cultivation site, they cannot sell something with a labeling violation?
It's my understanding, yes.
Nothing further?
And for point of clarification, it is in fact Green Springs who prints the labels for any deli style administered product like this, right? Like this
Yes,
label
that's-
on here was
That's
printed.
correct. If you were a daily seller, you don't have pre-printed labels, they have to be printed as you go.
Does it get printed through BioTrack, or is there just, we just?
That is not a requirement, no, sir.
So you just have a label maker software that prints whatever you want on there?
It gets a little bit,
I know that's.
it's not even, yeah, we've heard lots of people think they prefer a different point of sale or different labeling software to what's on board BioTrack. But we don't require that they use BioTrack for label printing, just they track the purchases through our stems and that the label appropriately under Department of Health rules, but how they get that label onto the jar. We don't have like specific rules on where they're getting the label, if that makes sense.
Might just be another point of us to.
Yeah.
Later date.
Any further questions for Agent Miller then?
No.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Members of the board, that will conclude ABC's presentation.
At this point, Mr. and Mr. Hurst, you want to bring forward, give a witness report?
We will, Your Honor. We have two witnesses. We'll first call on Mr. Vincente, driving Vincente. Give me just 1 second to switch gears. May I inquire?
Sure.
Okay. Dragon, go ahead. We are on the record now. State your full name, please.
Dragon Vicente,
And what is your business address, Dragon?
309 Seneca Street, Husband, Arkansas, 719.
Okay, give the board your full company's name.
Green Springs Medical LLC.
How long have you had a dispensary license?
Since 2019, May 13th.
And we've talked a lot about your dispensary this morning through witnesses. And we've also talked about some employees. How many employees does Green Springs Dispensary employ?
15 to 20.
Yeah, and do your employees, to your knowledge, have families and responsibilities?
Absolutely.
If Green Springs Dispensary were, license was revoked or it was shut down, for lack of a better word, what would happen to your 15 employees?
Well, they would be unemployed. But the employees are not the biggest casualty or liability of Green Springs being shut down. It would be the patients and the relationships that we have built with these patients and their trust in us and how we've helped them negotiate through them getting off of opioids and getting onto something which is a lot safer, i.e., not say product like medical marijuana, and they trust us.
Roughly, as we sit here today, how many patients does Green Springs have?
I believe there are around 27,000 patients in our database.
And roughly how many counties, you might not have hardcore data, but how many counties do you?
I don't know what the specific counties are, but I do know that people from Fort Smith, if you kind of take a line across, people from Fort Smith come to see us. People from Neenah, from Mount Ida, from Glenwood, Nashville, as far as from Texarkana, Magnolia, Malvern, Arkansas, all the way to Pine Bluff. We've got patients from Pine Bluff. Benton, Little Rock, North Little Rock. I've got several people from West Memphis that still come see us. Conway. So it's not just Hot Springs. We've built a network of patients in the whole central Arkansas and in Southwest.
In your years of running Green Springs dispensary, treating the number of patients that you have you been able to develop relationships with physicians and city leaders in Hot Springs and Garland County?
Absolutely. They know that what we offer to our patients is top notch, and what we do is far beyond, and I can address this later, of what other dispensaries get patients.
And have you exhibit that's been provided for exhibit 6, 7, and 8, which are letters from Dr. Hale, Senator Clark, and Steve Harrison? Did they provide you letters of your importance to the community in Garland County?
They did, and there were several more senators and representatives and doctors.
You mentioned just a minute ago, if you weren't in business, if Green Springs wasn't able to provide the treatment or products to the patients, how would that affect them? How would that disperse them?
So we've been the longest operating dispensary in the state. And from that, we've garnered the most amount of knowledge as far as the products, the patients, selling the products. And these doctors know that. That's why doctors in Little Rock send patients to us. All the doctors in Hot Springs send patients to us. And I'll go into it very quickly. At first, the patients would come up and they would say, thank you, Greg. And I just thought they were saying thank you for making medical marijuana available to them. But within the next 6 months, I found out what that thank you really meant. And they were coming in and thanking me because they were substituting opioids for the new medical marijuana. And when I found out they were doing that, I wanted to find out what the protocol would be or what the safest way for them to do that. So I contacted our staff pharmacist, who is mandated by the ABC that every dispensary have a staff pharmacist, and discussed the matter with them and how to address this with patients. And from his experiences, the answer was that if you're on a certain opioid, cut that opioid by 25% for a period of 7 to 10 days and substitute it with medical marijuana and gently wean these people off of using those harmful chemicals. And after a period of 3 weeks, 4 weeks, they could safely substitute medical marijuana for an opioid, and without putting a shock to their body and not being successful in weaning themselves off. So, and this is just some of the information that Green Springs offers to patients since we've been there so long. The opposite to that is a lot of these other dispensaries hire 25, 30 people a month that are bud tenders. They've got no knowledge.
Yeah, I'm going to object. I don't know where Mr. Vicente gets his personal knowledge about what other dispensaries are doing. I think there's some level of base that has to be established before we talk about anything what other dispensaries are doing.
Well, I'll move on. Yeah. Let's kind of get into what I'll call the meat of what we're doing here today. She obviously been here all morning to hear the testimony from all of the investigators and agents. And it was Agent Allen testified first, and she went through her, and use this term, what's the complaints or issues that she has with Green Springs. So she conducted two inspections, one in March of 2023 and one in August. And I know you kept students' notes about these allegations. I just want to be real simple and clear with the board about this. I just want to go down each allegation and have you explain or rebut what each one of those is. We've also got the agenda that we're looking at. So let's take that. Now, she first began to talk about certain weights being incorrect and labeled incorrectly. Now, tell the board what your response or rebuttal to those statements or allegations is.
So first of all, it's very confusing even for myself because I know exactly what happened and what the violations were. But on the agenda, we have eight violations, and instead of going and addressing each one of them and then me rebutting on each one and being clear and concise to the commissioners, it's kind of difficult to answer every one of the questions of every investigator and to parlay that which violation is on you. But I'm going to try my best, and I tried to make some really good notes as far as what each one of the agents testified to. The first part of what she testified was in three parts. One of them was the flour, and I would like to address that. All of the items that were shortages on the flour part were moisture loss. And I think the notes were made by Agent Allen to that effect. The samples that were quarantined that they were asking about, I think there's two different ones, suppositories, and there was another sample that was quarantined. And those were put in quarantine. I have no way to remove something when it's either put into a manifest or put into a quarantine room or put into a lab test. So I've never been able to remove those items that she was referring to quarantined. And then the third part, the concentrates that were mispulled. There's the only answer to that is human error. And I hate that there's human error in any type of business, but the 30 or less items that were mispulls, that's all it could be. Theft is not even a question of what might have happened there, because I fully trust all of the employees there. They've been with me for years. And so the only answer to those concentrates is that they were mispulls, and they picked something up, and when they went to click it on the correct UIN on the computer, they clicked on the wrong item. That's the only answer to that. When we go on to the next item, which was part of the quarantine room, Agent Allen stated that you've got to get this stuff off of your computer, off of your BioTrack if you don't have it. And so that's what I did. We at that point started calling BioTrack and saying, hey, look, ABC wants us to remove these items. What do we have to do? And sometimes it's difficult to deal with BioTrack because you'll call and they don't answer the phone. You'll call and they'll put you on hold. You call and they don't have an agent that you can talk to. You call and you leave a message. They'll get back with you a couple days later. Then when they have somebody call back, the person that's wanting to get on the computer with you and try to solve something, they don't have the proper level or maybe training to fix whatever it is that you're asking them to do. So then you're waiting for another call back from another BioTrack agent. So it's a headache, and that probably needs to be addressed with BioTrack and maybe streamlined to where they train their people better to handle issues that need to be handled. But from that point, we took on a proactive approach to getting rid of everything on the computer that had been there that I was not able to remove because I didn't have the administrative ability or the BioTrack ability or approval from the ABC to BioTrack, which is sometimes needed for BioTrack to remove. The next item was the notebook that she addressed. So there's a question about a biannual inspection. We we have done biannual inspections. Whenever I print out the inventory, and even though I turn it sideways when I print it out, the printout is smaller than this one that is one of the evidences here today. You just can't read it. And so that's the reason we took to doing the notebook and putting down, like for instance, this first page shows NSM, and at the top it says tinctures. Well, first of all, we only buy tinctures from NSM. So we know that if it's NSM and it's a tincture and it's this particular one, that's the only one that we have of that. There are no other UINs that it could be of that particular product because we only have one type of it. And so I have pages and pages of these notebook entries that we did do our biannual inspection. Now, at the last hearing, when an issue was made about that, well, we're not sure that your notebook is acceptable for a biannual inspection. I said, okay, that's fine. If it's not acceptable, what do I have to do to make a notebook entry like I've done more presentable to the ABC? And they said, you have to have the UIN numbers. And I said, okay, that's fine. From this point on, I'll do it. But the problem with this is if you go to the ABC book under biannual inspections, it just says you're going to have 2 biannual inspections a year. There's no guidelines on, hey, this is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. You have to have the UIN. It doesn't say that anywhere. So we as dispensary owners, we have to try to figure out what is needed, and that's what I've done at the last hearing. As far as the biannual inspections, now I know that you have to have the UIN on whatever spreadsheet that we're doing or checking off or what have you, and we have done that. I was able to print off a page with readable UINs, and we actually did a biannual inspection 2 months ago. So we're in compliance with that. The expired products that Mrs. or Agent Allen discussed, we ended up making a quarantine room called old lots. And so anything that was on the computer in our inventory, we moved to that room so that those products that were over 365 days were not sold, would not be sold. And the reason we did that to that old lots room or that quarantine room is for 2 reasons. One, to be able to use the flour in further processing, and then to be re-lab tested and to figure out new lab tests for that efficacy. And the second thing for the old lots is to set aside for destruction. Like if we make pens or stuff like that, we obviously can't do anything with it, set for destruction and get rid of those. So we have handled that part of the items that were expired. The next item that Agent Allen discussed was the processing facility. And I think that she mentioned it was very dirty, very unsanitary, that there were air gloves. That processing room is only used about 3 days out of every 3 months. And the picture that she took of the processing room was not a time that we were even using the room. So, some of the employees, if they had gone from the clone room to the flower room, they may have put a set of gloves on the table. But that in no way affects any processing that we do at Green Springs, because when we do process, the whole room is clean from top to bottom. It's designed with metal walls, almost stainless steel walls. So all the walls are wiped down. The floors are swept. The stainless steel countertops are cleaned. Never at any point in time or any of the patients, and any issue with cleanliness during the time when we do process. The next item Agent Allen addressed was the list of expired products. Yes, on August 3rd, 23, she did present me with several pages of items. And if you will look at these items that she presented, they're not readable. I mean, you can't read any of this. It's 1748, 1948, 2148. None of this is legible. But she had informed me that, anything over a year old was expired, and not expired was not to be sold unless it was lab tested. And, I made a comment, 4.5 years into the program, I've never heard of anything expiring at 365 days. But if that's what we're doing from this point moving forward, that's fine. And so what we did is we went to our BioTrack software, and one of the lines on the spreadsheet for the inventory is age. And so I looked at the items that were 325.
Hold on just one second. Members of the board, Mr. Pacetic is just kind of stream of consciousness here, and it doesn't seem to be responsive to any question posed to him. I think it needs to.
I'm rebutting.
I was just trying to be efficient, letting you rebut each of the allegations we had written down. We can do it a different way.
I have no problem with a fair bit of latitude, but I mean, that's been quite a lot of testimony, not responsive to any specific question.
Well, I'm rebutting.
Just to clean it up, would it be easier if they were to ask questions for him regarding each charge that's in front of here, and then he gives a rebuttal?
That's fine, as long as it is responsive to a question, and if it takes a while, that's fine. It's just, I don't think that was responsive per se.
So, Mr. Hurst, instead of us going maybe back from where we started, where we are, and kind of working through the violations that, got us to where we are here today, if you want to ask a question on counter on that. I just want to, have it all clean for the record, just bringing it up.
Mr. Pacetic, let me exactly where you left off, but there was one allegation brought up in regards to the 454 grams of product that could not be located at the biannual inspection. I believe the testimony was from the investigator, it was Alan, but was that you had contacted him following the inspection with an explanation. I want him to explain what the situation was there, why you didn't provide that on the day of the inspection, and provide a text message with an explanation at a later date.
Okay, and that would be number 5, where the facility cannot locate 708 grams. So when Agent Allen or Austin, I can't remember which one, asked for the 454 grams. 454 grams is an absolute amount. So that's going to be a full bag. That's how we receive the medical marijuana flower product in 454 gram bags or 1 pound. And we have about a 10 by 20 foot vault. And when you walk into our vault, we've got hundreds of these bags across the top shelves. And so when she said 454 grams, I said, okay, hey, I'm going over here to these hundreds of bags to find this 454 grams. Went through every single one of them twice and could not find it. And I thought, well, I know it's here. There's no possible way we could be missing 454 grams. So we could not find that one at the time. We went through the inspection, found everything else. The other items between this 454 grams and 708 is all moisture loss. They're all small lots. But the 454 grams, after the agents left, I personally went into the vault and to find this because I knew that we had it. And looked everywhere, went through the bags about 3 more times, took the particular UIN number and looked for it. And finally, after I couldn't find it there, I went down to the next shelf. The next shelf is the mason jars, which is the products that we put out at every station for sale every day. And there it was. It was 4 jars that we had opened the bag and placed it for sale at the stations. I immediately took pictures of it, took pictures of the labels, and this was like 7:30 that night when I located it. And obviously, I'm not going to text an agent at 7:30 at night. I wouldn't do that. So I waited until the next morning, and I sent him a text with all the information. And so we found that 454 grams. One thing that the agents have told us in the past is, hey, look, if you find something after we leave, send us a text, show us what it is, and we'll put it in the report. And so that's what happened with this particular form.
Does Green Springs sell prepackaged products?
So we have never sold prepackaged products as far as flour, because our patients believe it's an inferior product. It dries out, and the biggest concern with the patients is when the cultivators put in 3.5 grams, you never know how long they've had it before they sell it to the dispensaries, or how long the dispensaries have had it before the patients receive it. So when the patients receive a prepackaged product, it's never the 3.5 grams that was packaged. It's always less because they have moisture loss in the packages. So they prefer to come to us. We've got it all in bulk, and whatever they ask for, we weigh it out right there in front of them. And so they know 100% that they get the exact amount that they're paying. Honestly, I don't know how the prepackaged products get past the weights and measures people, because they're not being sold what they're saying they're being sold prepackaged.
There was the testimony from the agents that Green Springs, that you had sold, I believe the number, I may be off, it was 180, around 180 expired items after the August inspection. And what is your response to any items sold, expired items you sold after the inspection?
So after Agent Allen showed us the expired list, and I think that I showed that list here a little while ago, which this is extremely difficult to read in any of this. So what I had done in the next couple of days is I went to our BioTrack software, and on the spreadsheet, there's an area that shows aging. And I looked at everything that was 325 to 355 days old. I picked those items out. Yes, there was about 1,800 vape carts, and I immediately reduced those to half price and liquidated. I absolutely did that. And they were within 365 days. They were not expired. So I'm not exactly sure what database the agents were looking at when they pulled those qualifications for it, but whenever we sold them, they were prior to that. And we do this to this day. Every couple of days, we'll check that list and see what's getting close, and we'll liquidate it, or if it's past that date for some reason, we'll put it in our quarantine old lots.
I'm sorry, will you just clarify that? So you said that at what day mark do you mark them down? You said
So
2 days out,
on
make a full
those
year.
1,800, I looked at everything that was 325 to 355 days.
Sure.
And we marked it down to half price. We sell 200, 300 vape carts pretty much every day. But when you're marking them down to half price, we probably sold those out in 2 days.
So, but the ones that are 355 days, so you've got 1 day to sell those before legally you're no longer allowed to sell those.
365 is a year.
Oh, sorry, 65. Sorry, I was getting my numbers wrong.
Yeah, sure.
So you got 11 days. So you have employees going through there and pulling the expired items, right?
Pre-expired.
Yeah, but you're putting them on the shelf, hoping that they all sell before they hit the expiration
Yes.
date. But do you have your employees go through and pull out then when they've reached a year
Yes.
from this? Okay, and you do compliance training so that your employees all understand Department of Health rules and they know they're not to sell something with an expiration date, right?
Right.
That's past 1 year.
Yes, that's why we developed the quarantine lot that's called old lots. And
Yeah.
everything's put in there, and then it can't be
But then
sold.
I don't understand, because like on this, for example, it's very clear, the testing date. So if they're trained, I mean, it's not like hidden, it's very, very clear.
Which one is that?
So evidence page, what is it, 60?
60 and 61 have that undercover clause.
So these were the two that the agent came in. This wasn't the 1,800 that we're discussing.
Okay, but still, they get trained, so they know a year after, and this is more than a year out.
I don't know
Yeah.
what date this was. This was
October 3rd.
And October.
Yeah.
But the second one doesn't have
One
a
is
date.
one available instead.
There's not a for sure date for the second, because there's not a date on there.
I think he testified, he went back October 12th.
Yes.
And we will have the agency staff attorneys clear some of this up on cost for you.
Oh, okay, thanks.
And so, so this was not, 60 and 61 were not part of the 1,800 vapes
that you had liquidated and discounted to move prior to the expiration, is that correct? Okay. So to your knowledge, did you intentionally or on purpose sell any expired product, any of the 1,800 expired products to any patient?
No, and this was kind of strange because the agent, when he came in, Miller, I think, he asked for, it sounded like a bunch of items, and it was told by the bartenders that we didn't have them until we got to a point where we did find one, and it was kind of strange that the bartender, I think he said, went in the back and got it. I don't understand. I wish I knew who the bartender was, because I don't understand going in the back and getting it.
Sticking with exhibits or page 60 and 61, I believe Investigator Miller addressed some of the labeling issues. Now, there was some questions. Does Green Springs print its own labels?
We do, and if I can, it's to, and this to you, so you can, that's one here.
It's not part of our exhibit, but if we could show these.
Yeah, these are the labels. I printed off a label for Green Springs.
Can ABC look at it before the Thank you.
What information, oh, sorry, thank you. What information do you put on your labels?
So the information is the Green Springs Medical. It's the name of the dispensary, the telephone number, the strain, who the producer is, the patient's name, the patient's account number, the UIN number for the product they're buying, how much they purchased, harvest date. So that's the reason for me printing these off. All of this information is set up on our labels, on our software to print. The cultivators send their product to a lab. The lab does all their testing. Once the lab does all the testing, the lab inputs all this information into BioTrack. That inputted information gets printed on our labels. We don't put the harvest dates, the raw information into the computer. That's what the labs do. So for them to put this as a violation on the dispensary, I kind of don't understand that, because we don't do that. We have the capability to print the harvest dates, but if another party's not putting the information in that's needed to print this, that's the other party. The violation probably needs to go to whoever the lab was that didn't input the information.
But your testimony is you were selling a product that you didn't have a harvest date from the lab, and you sold it anyways.
Point of clarification for the board. The violation is for not having a test date. It's not a question of a harvest date.
Okay, but you sold a product that you got without the appropriate testing date on it.
We weren't aware that the lab didn't put it into the system.
And I need to object here again. I don't know where Mr. Vicente gets the notion that the lab is putting some information into the system. I don't think he's qualified to testify about what the lab is or is not doing.
Right. So I'm just, I wanted to clarify that the product that you got from a cultivation facility, you received, and it did not have a testing date associated with that product that you received from, does it say which cultivation facility on this?
Liberty Farms.
Well, this says NSM on it.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. The label.
So on this one, your testimony is you received a product from the cultivator NSM, a flower product that did not have a testing date associated with that product, but you continued to sell it, but you just did not put you didn't include a testing date on the label because you didn't get one from NSM. Okay.
Do the rules require the seller to include the testing date on the label?
Yes, ma'am. The test date is required to be on the label for any usable marijuana. It can be anything sold to patients.
It is required to be on the label, and those labels you have there, Mr. Vicente said that his dispensary creates, and they are created without QA dates on them.
And he's saying in regards to this specific product that they got from NSM did not come with that testing date, but labeled it with the UIN, but just didn't include a testing date, even though it is required as part of the rules, and labeled it as QA date. So
Okay. Let me kind of digress a little bit back to Agent Allen's dot sheet, discuss what's been marked as ABC's 11 and ABC 19, which is basically a spreadsheet of issues that she had listed, she testified to, we got each one. You have, or she has indicated on several of them, I'm looking at number 12 now, the second one down, it states per dragon, moisture loss. Or there's several that indicate what the third one does, per dragon moisture loss. Per dragon moisture loss on several of them. Did Agent Allen ever disagree with you that would affect the moisture loss in the flour, that is a known issue? Did she ever object to the fact that would cause a difference in the weight of the product?
No, she never objected, but that is what the answer was to those small amounts. And why it wouldn't happen, because it's dried up and it's gone.
Mr. Vincent, just a quick follow-up, because there are some members of this board that were not here when you been in front of us prior, but I can bring up previous hearings that allow.
I think we should probably move forward on this specific incident, allow the agency to cross, and it may cover some of the questions that you guys may have now.
Okay, my point is that it was in a previous hearing, discussions about moisture loss and BioTrack with him. So it has been in a previous hearing with him that it was brought up as there was a long deep dive on that. So
I believe that if Mr. Vicente is alleging that there are unusual amounts of moisture loss, you could have questions about that based on the information that you would have learned in a previous hearing. We just don't stick to this incident as far as facts.
Okay. Sorry, you continue.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just looking, I'm trying to narrow it down here. Let me find a specific here. There was some testimony, Dragon, from, I believe it was from Agent Allen, I may have the name wrong, but that you had changed the product name. Let's find a specific page. After the inspection or post-inspection, you had altered or changed the product name. I think I'm looking at ABC number 45, that these dates that they've got there exhibit color coded, but basically mid-August, August 26, 2023, after the inspection, that you changed the product from Scoots to Riley's Reserve. There's some allegation that you did that to avoid detection of the name for intended to liquidate an expired product. What is your response to changing the name of the product in your dispensary?
So when we receive it, it's given to us with lots with particular UINs and particular names. And when you look at our computer, we've got a flower lot of Picnic Farm, flower lot MSN, flower lot Green Springs that we grow, flower lot Leafology. And so I don't even know of any way that that's possible to change a name. So I mean, I'm going to have to say there's no way that we can do that. Nor do I know anybody on my staff that could change the name of the product. I mean, it's that particular product. There's no way to change it.
There's no way to modify that, at least to your knowledge. Is that right? Have you ever directed any of your employees to modify or change that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Apologize, I don't know the number. It looks like it's ABC 61 and 62, which are photographs of some type of social media posts. As you sit here today, have you ever seen this post before?
I've seen it in the evidence.
Do you have any idea of the creation, the foundation of this social media post that someone has listed an item
So,
of a product?
you know, we've got a main competitor down the street, Suite 443, that has some iron, so I will admit that. And by that, what I mean is they'll go on our weed maps, on the reviews, and they'll make posts like, I normally go to 443, or I buy 443, or I this, or and it's just so blatantly obvious. And then they'll go into, well, Green Springs is so bad, this is what's going on. So we've had to contact Weed Maps and ask them to locate the IP addresses of these people that continuously post these posts that reference 443. It's obvious that it's bad. And so as far as social media, I don't put any weight to anything that's on social media, especially when it starts out with, I normally go to Suite 443. And it's sad that these kind of business practices happen, or they allow their employees to do these types of things. But it's been an issue that we've had for several years, and you just have to address it with each one that comes up, and for Weed Maps or Google to remove them.
You mentioned earlier your direct examination, your pharmacist or the dispensary's pharmacist. Who is your pharmacist?
That's going to be John.
That's, can you tell us, what's his full name, Dr. John Wolf?
Yeah, John.
Okay. And he's the pharmacist that has been working with Green Springs for how long?
From the start.
From the very beginning? Yeah. Okay. We've talked about a lot of issues here you've gone through. We tried to hit the majority of them. Let me ask you, Dragon, you mentioned that there was some human error in inputting some of this information into your system. Is that correct?
That's correct. And, you know, some of the bud tenders will work 4 or 5 hours and fatigue might set in. I don't know the answer to everything, but human error is an issue. Human error is an issue in every type of business, whether it's a drive-through at McDonald's that has a lot of human error, or our dispensary. You know, again, there's UINs, there's little tabs that you click on in order to be able to sell something, and it's just human error that sometimes they click on the wrong one, and these things do happen, which are called mispulls.
And from these mispulls and the human errors that we've testified about, we've been looking at all morning, can you take away from this complaint, the complaint filed against you here, the issue with your license, can you take away from that and change some of your practices to improve them moving forward?
I think the best way to fix that is to have the industry put a barcode on each item and the cultivators. And then when that product goes to be sold, that we have a scan gun that scans that particular UIN, and then we sell specifically that UIN. Now, when we first opened 5 years ago, we did receive scan tools, the handheld scanners. The one that we have at the intake station scans the driver's licenses. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, to input the information. But the ones that are at the stations, when we first opened, there weren't any barcodes or any QRs to scan on the products early on. We tried several months ago to try to use the scanners on the QR codes, and we actually contacted BioTrack because we weren't successful in using it, and they tried to put a different software onto BioTrack software to try to be able to update our handheld scanners, and they couldn't get it to work. The only thing that happened is they ended up shutting down our printers, and the printers wouldn't work at the stations. So they had to go back and remove everything they did. But I think that's a problem with the industry. There needs to be a way to scan a particular item if you don't want any mistakes or mispulls. And then if you scan that one item, then there's no question about it. You know, and this would go away, not just at Green Springs, it would go away in every dispensary that has mispulls.
In regards to the allegations that we're dealing with today, that Green Springs is facing, have you had any discussions with the commission about ways to remedy, ways, any type of sanction that might be appropriate in light of the issues that they have brought to your attention. Did you receive an offer of settlement?
Yes,
Okay.
so,
Is that exhibit 1 to your exhibit package?
so yes, the offer of settlement, we received it, and it was, $28,100 to remedy the 1, 2, 3, 6 violations.
And has Green Springs been fined before for any type of prior, not waived this, but prior infractions that it has dealt with?
Yeah.
How many times you go?
So, again, we've been the longest operating dispensary, so we probably have had more of these biannual inspections than any of the other ones. And some of the other dispensaries have opened a year or two after us. But we've had 9 biannual inspections.
This question is how many violations have you received?
How many fines have you?
So
Violate-
I think the director had a press release saying that we had 50 violations. So I actually went back and counted our violations. I think it is 48 to 50. But what I want to interject into that is out of those 48 or 50, whenever I've come to the hearings and we've discussed some of them and the issues, it's been reduced down to 30. So the press release that actually said 50 violations in 4 years was very inaccurate. Those 50 violations are 30 violations, and the 4 years is not 4 years, it's 5 years. So her initial statement made it sound like we had 13 violations a year, and that's just not true. Those 30 violations over a 5-year period are basically 3 violations every biannual inspection. So it's really half of what was publicized.
I'll pass the witness.
Afternoon, Mr. Consent. Well, we got a lot today. I don't know where you'd like to start, but I guess we'll start at the top with some of these inventory discrepancies. And I want to ask just kind of a general question. A lot of your answers about why product was unaccounted for was moisture loss. Did I understand your testimony correctly, sir?
Yes. On the file.
Yes, sir, of the power. So as I look here on the list, item 219 was flour lot blackjack sale bud GDF, 5.01 grams, 0 accounted for, explanation moisture loss. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sir, that's not moisture loss, that's total evaporation. You had 5 grams and then it disappeared. That's not moisture loss, it completely disappeared.
We buy the flour in 454 gram lots. How did we buy 5 grams of flour?
That's what you had remaining in inventory is 5 grams of flour. But when inspectors come to look at it, you say, well, it just evaporated, it's not there.
That's right.
Okay. Some of the prepackaged items, like the half-gram carbs, the 1 gram batter, your explanation was miscible. And I heard you explain that that's because there was a mistake made at the point of sale.
Yes.
You understand that is a violation as well to not record the UIN at the time of sale.
There was a mistake.
Well, I understand. But that kind of comes back to this list, what you are calling your comprehensive biannual on the notebook paper. Instead, we know it's not complete because you had so many things that were missing on your inventory. Every time we had an inventory inspection, you had missing product on your inventory. It cannot be a comprehensive biannual if you have this much missing product.
Well, I think there was 30 grams missing. Is that what you're calling this much missing product?
Out of 1 UIN. Then all of these separate pre-packed that, well, it must have been misread, it must have been a mispull. And I want to make it clear to the board, you don't know for certain it was a mispull. You're making some assumptions here because you didn't see when it was dispensed. You don't know what bud tender did not record the sale.
That's the only logical explanation.
I feel like there's a lot of other logical explanations. It walked out the back door,
We don't have a back door that you can walk out.
walked out the front door.
If it's sold, it's locked up. Yes. I mean, if I can interject, these biannual inspections.
He's answering the question, yes.
My question was about whether or not the product is walking out the back door. He said no, there's only a front door. So that's where we're at on the line of question. Mr. Hersov, of course, had the opportunity to redirect. You stated that because it has the cultivator on your comprehensive list that you provided, because it has the cultivator, you know where it came from, and you said only buy tinctures from NSM. Did I hear that testimony correctly?
Yes.
I'd like to turn your attention to ABC exhibit packet, page 11. We actually just talked about this before. Nathan Allen was testifying about how the same product can have two different UINs. That is a tincture from River Valley Relief, is it not?
Where are you talking? Where are you?
I'm on page 11, the very bottom line. 1206, 65C, that's River Valley Relief. Product class tincture, Arkin Raw, full spectrum raw cannabis oil, 1 gram applicator.
Yeah, that's not a tincture, that's an RSO. RSO is in a completely different product, line of products.
Seems to be the same line of product here, product type tincture.
Well, it's not a tincture, it's an RSO, it's Rick Simpson oil, it's a concentrated oil. A tincture is more of a liquid product.
Let's look to the second comprehensive biannual. We want to talk some about this 1 pound that was found after the inspection. But your testimony that it was not on the shelf with prepackaged 1 pound bags, that it was already divided out into jars to go to the sales floor.
Page 21.
Thank you. Did I understand your testimony correctly? And how many labels are underneath the jars that says cookies GDF?
Labels are under the job. So these labels are super sticky for good reason, so that they don't fall off of the jars. So when a different lot is put on, we scrape that label off as much as we can. Sometimes we scrape off half of it, sometimes 3/4 of it. So there could be some buildup from old labels underneath.
ABC's concern, Mr. Pacetic, is that after the inspection, the agents are not there to see where this product is coming from. You wanted to slap a label on another jar and say, well, this was the thing you were looking for. There's really nothing to stop you, is there?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
You were missing 454 grams of flour. Wasn't produced at the time of inspection. The following day, you provided a picture to Agent Hodges of the 4 jars, about 100 grams each. But there's nothing that stops you from printing 4 labels of about 100 grams, slapping it on any jar you want that looks to be about 100 grams.
Well,
The agents weren't there to see where you got it, where you pulled it, or whether or not a new label was printed.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't do that. And like I said, I spent almost 5 hours looking for it, going through all the UINs in the facility. And when I did find it, I did take pictures of it. And that's exactly what happened. 100% what happened. I mean, you can come up with other explanations for it, but that's the truth.
I do want to ask you very quickly about your workstation. Starting on page 31 of the exhibit packet. You've seen these before. So do I understand your testimony correctly today that it's your testimony to the board that because you were not processing at the time of this inspection, doesn't matter what condition this processing area was in, whether it's sanitary, unsanitary, however we want to call it, doesn't matter because you weren't processing at the time. Is that your testimony, or am I misunderstanding your testimony today?
I've got issue with the word unsanitary. Cluttered, yes, I'll opine to cluttered, but I don't see anything unsanitary about that. And the fact that we weren't processing at the time, there's a lot of weight to that, because I think I've testified before, when we do process, everything, even the walls are cleaned before any product is brought into the room to process it.
Mr. Kucinich, just so I understand, it's your testimony that after you use this area, after something is processed, you just leave the stuff there, no one cleans it up until you get ready to process again, and then you clean it up before you process. Is that your testimony? Sure. You do not clean up processing station after you process medical marijuana. You clean it up before you process. Is the testimony that I'm understanding. Is my understanding correct or incorrect?
I really don't understand the question, but the facts are that it's cluttered. They've put stuff on this table. It's obvious. But does it have anything to do with cleanliness during processing? Absolutely not.
And did I just hear you correctly that you said you cleaned the walls of the processing room before you process?
Yes.
So, and then just one component on that. So, Mr. Vincent, you said you process, was it a couple times a month maybe using this room?
No, two days maybe. We've got a girl that comes in, Kimberly Ridgeway, and she does our processing, and she'll make just a couple items for us. She'll make suppositories, and she'll make tincture, and she'll make RSO. And so she usually does that like within 2 days, maybe every 3 months, maybe 6 months. It just depends on how the product sells.
So this leafy material is going to sit there for 3 months since you don't clean it afterwards.
And I don't really know what that material is.
The agent testified it was leafy material. So if you don't clean it up after, it's going to sit there for 3 months until the room's cleaned again.
And I'm assuming there's a rule that that material has to be disposed of.
We have the general rule that the processing area is clean, unsanitary, free from cross-contamination. It's not a specific, you have to clean it once a day or as soon as you get done processing, but it is a requirement that the processing area itself is done under clean sanitary conditions. And the rule is before you, give me just a second, say it.
The health department does not inspect this room. It's only medical marijuana agent.
Right. It's not like a restaurant where you have health department looking at the kitchen, seeing if everything's cleaned up or not, or out of compliance with the rules. This is 100% ABC. So the health department would not do an inspection of a medical marijuana facility.
This room could be used for anything today, tomorrow we'll be processing marijuana.
With some caveats generally, yes. They could use it for, they couldn't store product in there per se. We have safe vault rules for where product has to be stored. So with some limitation, yes, it's their facility, they can use it as they see fit, but if they are using it to process, then there are rules, as I said, under 10.6 regarding just maintaining a cleanly workstation for processing.
The things in the jars that he said had a UIN number on there. Is it okay that they sit there for 3 months, or are they supposed to be stored in a proper way?
They're supposed to be in a safer vault.
Okay, so they're just randomly sitting there, which it looks like they weren't just set there moments before the picture. It looks like they're certainly being stored there.
Chairman Anderson, I will say, it's not uncommon that people will be processing, and so we won't be in a safer vault when they're actually processed. Of course, they got to take it out of their safe vault. So there's some allowance when they're in some processing. We knowledge, that's just common word. But yes, when it's not in process, unless it's something that's on the sales floor during business hours behind clerk's counter, locked up. Other than that, used full marijuana, so all cannabis in the facility has to be stored and safe for vault.
I'm just trying to wrap my mind around the reason why something with you guys end up will be sitting on the same table with boxing eggs and paintbrushes and paper clips and bags. For how long would that just be a coincidence? Okay.
Mr. Vincent, I do want to address the products with expired testing. And so we have the two lists here, products acquired in 21, products acquired in 22. And I understood your testimony to say that while you acknowledge that you got the list, let me back up. You did receive this list from Agent Allen, correct? It's two lists, and you signed for both.
No, I didn't get a second list. There was one list.
So what we have in the exhibit packet with acquisition date 21, that starts on page 22. Then on page 26, there's your signature.
Yeah, the one with my signature is the one that I received. I don't know what the other one is.
Okay, on page 30, is that your signature as well?
Yes.
Yep. So, you got these lists from Agent Allen. And then your response was to put all of these items on a basically fire sale to try to sell them as quickly as you could. Is that what your next step was?
No, that's not what my testimony was.
Your next step was to create your own list?
No, sir. So I showed a picture that it was illegible. And so I went to our BioTrack software and looked at everything that was 325 to 355 days old. And then I did sell those lists.
So you created your own list off of your own research at BioTrack?
Yes.
And you ignored completely what enforcement had given?
I couldn't read the list that enforcement gave.
Did you ever ask anyone for a copy?
Well, I mean, it's the same list that
Just
I
a yes
had.
or no?
It's the same list I had.
Where is your list?
The list is on BioTrack. I got the same list off the BioTrack.
Sorry about that. Okay, so I think I heard you state that it was 180 items, but enforcement produced their list saying it was over 1,800 items.
Right.
Your testimony that you didn't sell any of these items?
Again, it's my testimony that I looked at the computer, everything that was 325 days to 355 days, which amounted to the 1,800 vape cards that we marked them down and we sold them. I think Justin mentioned 180. It was 1,800.
I understood you say that you have absolute faith in your employees to follow your instructions and run a compliant dispensary. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that your testimony?
Sorry?
That you have full faith in your employees? You don't think they're stealing from you?
Right.
You don't think they're walking product out the front door or back door? But as it relates to product's name being changed, we have no idea how that could have happened.
I have no idea. I mean, I wouldn't know how to do it, and I don't see how anybody could do it because it comes from the cultivator in a manifest.
It does.
And there's no way to change it from the manifest.
The product, not the strain name, not the UIN, just the product name.
Yeah, there's no way to do that.
So when it says Skunkberry $15 NSM, that wasn't something NSM put on a flower lot, that product name. They don't know when they sell you a 1 pound bag, if you're gonna sell eighths, quarters, halves. So when you have, I'm looking at page 51, just so you can reference that. Skunkberry, $15 NSM is the product name. And is your testimony today that NSM put that product name into BioTrack?
Again, I have no knowledge of how that has been done or how anybody can change the name of the product.
Mr. Vincent, you have been one of the longest operating dispensaries in this state. But you come before the board and you have no idea how things could have happened at your dispensary. I have a good idea, and it's that someone walked in, they asked for Gold Digger by Good Day Farm, and instead of telling you you don't have it,
That's not a question, interrogatory form. He's testifying, give you what he would do, what he thinks. That's not a question from the witness, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Did a patient come in and ask for a specific product like Gold Digger, and you changed the name on the product name so that they could get Gold Digger by Good Day Farm? Did you change the product from Scoops Good Day Farm to Rally's Reserve, RVR?
No, sir.
Coming back to one of the board members can share their label they got with me. I don't have a copy of this. Thanks, sir. So this is the label that you produced for the board's consideration. And members of the board, I am going to ask that this be introduced as exhibit 2.
Approved.
Because it's your testimony that someone else didn't put the test date on this label. That it's not your fault. Does that correctly summarize your testimony?
I think it was about a year ago, we had a violation for our labels not being correct.
Mr. Vincent, I didn't ask you anything about a year ago. I'm asking you about this label you produced today at this hearing that doesn't have a QA test date on it. And I understood your testimony was that it's someone else's fault. It's the cultivator's fault. It's the lab's fault. I just want to know, is that your testimony for the board, yes or no?
Our labels are compliant with the rules. So if that test date is not on here, it's not something that was furnished by the lab.
This is just Davie-town most basic, easy to do. We have the UIN, we input the UIN, and we get a test date. It's a very basic, simple capability of BioTrack, of our steps. We had it and you had it.
Our labels are compliant. And if you let me explain why I think they're compliant.
No, sir, I don't care to hear the explanation. You know where we're at, whether or not there's a test date. So your testimony regarding the sale on the social media post, the Reddit post. It's your testimony to the board. That must have been one of your tricky competitors.
Absolutely.
Even though there's a picture of the product, with the UIN, test date, all in the image, you still think that that was a competitor just playing dirty with you and posting that online?
I mean, if you're going to charge me with something that's on social media, there needs to be some investigative work done. I don't think it was.
That's a good point. Earlier, you said that it just takes a lot of effort to go through. Your issue was having to go through all these violations and not taking them in order, and that's very difficult. But can you see how it might be difficult for ABC to substantiate any charge when you're going to come to the board and say whatever you need to say? You say this was a competitor, okay. What about the undercover sale? You say that these other sales weren't compliant, but you don't have anything to present to the board today to show that you didn't make these sales. We have all 151 UINs up there. Which one was not expired that you think was a fine and good sale? Or which one in the exhibit packet before you do you think was not an expired product and was a fine legal sale for you to be making? Do you have any of those that you would like to present to the board?
So what's the question?
We charged you with over 1,800 product sales that had expired QA testing. Your testimony is that that's a mistake. You had a fire sale and got rid of everything that was found to expire. And I'm asking you, of the 151 UINs that we produced, of the examples that we have in the exhibit packet, which ones are you saying were valid sales with valid QA tests less than 1 year? Specifically with UIN numbers, please.
That's what my testimony is, that once the agent said that we should not sell anything over a year, I went to our software and I pulled everything that was 225 days for 325 to 355 days. And those are the ones that we sold. I mean, I'm not making this stuff up, that's what we did.
I have a hard time with you saying it's not making it up when we've got this in black and white. These are your sales that you reported. Some employee at your facility reported. And your testimony is they're not really expired. Where's your evidence that any of these 151 UINs with product sales after 8/3 were not expired QA tests, were less than 1 year old?
That's the reason we sold them, because they were not expired.
My counter, Mr. Bassett, you got this list and then it was a fire sale on all these things to get rid of them as fast as you
I
could.
couldn't read that list. That's why we looked at our software on the computer and derived our list of what was less than a year.
Then I come back to my question, which of these 151 UINs had sales after August 3rd that were legal for you to make? We have all 151 right here for us to go over and examine. Agent Allen went through a lot of information, so looking at sales reports and QA test reports. So what do you have to refute that?
I didn't know that I was gonna have to bring off a list of the 325 to 355. If I had known that I would need that, I would have printed it off. I did not know that, so I don't have that list.
Did you understand the nature of the allegations against you today?
And that was my answer.
If your testimony was going to be these did not have expired test dates, you could have readily pulled some of these QA tests with UINs and refuted Agent Allen's extreme work that she had to put in here to come up with 151 product sales and 151 QA test results.
Just for a point of clarification to the board on this. Agent Allen, there's no question, gave a list to Mr. Vincente of products not to sell.
Yes.
And his testimony is that he didn't sell anything that was expired. But is there any way, I mean, within the BioTrack system and everything that Agent Allen pulled together, it's unequivocal that these items that were listed were sold after that date with expired testing, that under no certain, like there's no way the fire sale could have happened. Well, one, the fire sale couldn't have happened because they was already told not to sell them, period. And so then the only answer is you sold them after you were told not to, as quickly as possible, but it was still against an order of not to do it under any circumstance.
Well, I didn't go to sell what was on the list because I couldn't even read the list. I just went to my software and sold items that were getting close to the 1 year expiration.
I mean, the paperwork that we have in front of us is an 8.5 by 11, and I know this is not an ageism thing. I am a little bit younger than you, and I do not have glasses, but I can read pretty distinctly on here what they are, and I'm sure there are people within your office that could read an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, but your testimony is, you're saying that what we received here in our summary, you didn't receive it in this size format. It was a shrunken down sheet of paper, so it was not in this size right here. Your exhibit showed something that was much smaller. So how was it given to you then? The agent gave you a sheet of paper like this, but it was just shrunken down?
I mean, that was almost a year ago. Honestly, I don't remember how it was given to me, but we use our software every day for information on what's in our system. And I absolutely believe my software when I sold those items.
So the testimony is that there was not a cross-reference to the sheet of paper from Agent Allen. You pulled off the BioTrack, and the BioTrack information gave you an inaccurate testing date that you felt like you were still in compliance to sell something that was under 355 days old in a quick discounted sale versus not selling it at all per the direction of Agent Allen on the signed documents.
I don't understand how it was inaccurate if it was from three.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out too.
I mean, these dates go from, down to zero, from zero and to at least 365, because that's what we're looking at. 365 is the expiration. And so I'm over here at 325 to 355. I mean, how can that be inaccurate?
But that's what we're trying to understand ourselves. We're not data experts on this. We can only rely on the testimony that we have. And so far, the only testimony we have from Agent Allen that was very thorough shows us there's no way that there could be something that is sold. And, there's no way that BioTrack could do what you're saying that it's doing. And I think what Chip is asking for is, do you have any evidence to the contrary to refute that? And that's what we're looking for, because in my opinion, the biggest violation that we're addressing here today are these sales of stuff to the public when there is signatures, there is evidence, that overwhelming evidence that it was sold when you're given specific discretion not to. Frankly, how messy the tincture area is, that didn't lead to a revocation discussion we're having here today. It's the blatant disregard, for these orders by the ABC. And so it's a major point on your side to have some type of evidence to show how you got data that said that you could sell something, because it's stored in BioTrack when the only evidence in front of us from the ABC shows that we don't have any way of seeing anything to the contrary.
I would love for Chip or somebody from the ABC to come to Green Springs, and I would walk them through exactly what I did. And I will show them the 325 to 355. I will show them what we do on a daily basis to avoid selling anything that's older than 365 days.
Members of the board, I'll point out, this is Mr. Vincent's second opportunity to show us exactly that.
Well, I was going to say, there was a director's hearing that I assumed that these same issues would have been brought forward. And then there would have been a director's settlement meeting. And then after that was the 29th offer of settlement, or was that prior?
The offer of settlement, I didn't raise this when it was brought up. Typically, offers of settlement are not part of evidence. That's rule of civil procedure. This is an administrative hearing, so it doesn't really hold. Part of the reason for having a prohibition on introducing offers of settlement is that it kind of freezes out having offers if you think that anything you offer can be used against you. But as you'll note from this offer, and the notes that I'm assuming Mr. Vincent or his lawyer or someone else made, you can see the offer of settlement did not include, as you said, the big ones of making the patient sales after being told to not make sales of expired tests. So it's kind of not even talking about the same stuff. Now, the notice of hearing, of course, that includes that and everything thereafter. So this was squarely put before him. There was an offer that preceded it, but it did not include those violations. That didn't, it's an inventory QA test violations.
That is correct. And if I could just redirect the board, the question was asked if Mr. Vicente has anything to disprove the very thorough, to use your word, investigation that ABC has put forth that evidence. I believe the answer to that question, which has been asked multiple times at this point, is no, he does not. And I would request that we move on to Chip's next point.
That's fine. Sorry.
Mr. Vincent, you stated that it would be a detriment to patients if your facility was proposed. Did I understand that testimony?
Yes.
Do you remember appearing before the Medical Marijuana Commission when the opportunity arose to award a new dispensary license to Zone 6?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When the Medical Marijuana Commission was considering issuing a new license to Zone 6, you came before the NMC and told them, don't award another dispensary license. Patients don't need another dispensary here. We got too many already. That was your testimony before the Medical Marijuana Commission. Yes or no?
I don't think I've ever been to a medical marijuana.
Mr. Vincent, you're under oath. Are you quite sure you've never testified before the Medical Marijuana Commission regarding the award of a fifth dispensary license in Zone 6?
I do remember something about, was it a Zoom meeting?
Sir, I don't know. There's been a lot of commission meetings.
I've never been. I don't even know where the NMC meets at. I've never been to their meetings.
Did you testify before the NMC, whether in person or over a Zoom or GoTo, or by sending in a letter of opposition in any way telling the commission not to award a fifth license, dispensary license in Zone 6?
I did testify to that.
So patients are going to be in a bad spot because of you.
They're gonna be in a bad spot if Green Springs closed, yes.
This is your fourth hearing?
Okay.
Oh. You say okay, but I'm not convinced that you believe that.
Fourth, ABC hearing or
Fourth ABC board.
fourth ABC board? Yes.
First one that you had back in 2020, you appealed that decision to circuit court.
Yes.
And the second one you appealed to circuit court.
Okay.
26 CV-21-1411.
I know we did the first one, and then that's been adjudicated, and I think the fine was reduced to $1,000, and I think.
By the board.
Yeah.
But you appealed it after they reduced it to $1,000.
No, I paid the $1,000.
You paid the $1,000 after you appealed it to circuit court.
Yes.
After you went through, you did not just accept the fine and go on, you appealed. And then you appealed 26 CV-21-1411. You appealed 26 CV-221357. I mean, Mr. Vincent, if I tell the board that your MO is to deny and delay, I mean, that fits, does it not?
I'm not denying and delaying, I just want to be heard.
Just quickly, we've got 3 new board members that have joined since the beginning of medical marijuana. So, how many, and you've been here almost as long as Steve and I, how many hearings have we had before the board from
Medical marijuana.
dispensaries or cultivation facilities?
Yes, sir. We had 1 hearing with Fiddler's Green. We had 2 hearings that were kind of the same issue with Good Day Farm and their dispensary Burners by Good Day Farm. For that time, it was Burners by Good Day Farm. And that concludes, I think, the 4
We've had 7 total.
There was also a leafology appeal.
I'm sorry, yes.
So 4 total. Is 4 here, half of those, or excuse me, 8 total. Right. How many dispensary licenses?
There are 38 dispensary licenses today,
Cultivation.
8 cultivators today, 8 or 9 processors.
But half of the hearings have been Mr. Vicente, correct?
We did have 1 processor, you probably remember that from just about a year ago, and that was kind of resolved on right outside the hearing room, but they did technically appeal too, so that's another one if you want to include that. They didn't have a hearing for that.
The new board members to understand. Thank you.
Ms. Work, just give me 1 second. And Mr. Vincent, I think Agent Allen testified to this, but I want to just confirm, you have not filed anything with ABC Enforcement to participate in the patient sales compliance program, have you?
I have not.
Thank you. I'll pass this.
Got just a few follow-ups if I may. Mr. Deck, you started to try to answer a question in regards to your labels previously, whether your labels you felt were compliant or not compliant. What is your position in response to your labels not meeting compliance?
So Agent Brooks came to the Green Springs facility. I don't know the exact date. Agent might be able to help me out with it. But there was something that was missing on the labels. And I want to say that it was the harvest date. And so when he came to Green Springs, we fixed that part. We added whatever it is that he said was missing. And I think we added maybe one more item. And so we printed the label out and I gave it to Agent Brooks. And I'm pretty sure he put it in his report. And I asked him, I said, is there anything else that we need on our labels? He said, no, you're fully compliant. So the only way that I can go by these rules is what the agents tell me. And if he's telling me that this label that I have today was fully compliant at that date when he inspected us, then I've got to believe that this is fully compliant.
There was also
Oh, sorry. You produce your own plans, correct?
We do a small amount of
Okay,
it.
but you're saying the reason that there's not a test date on this is because whoever produced this for you did not give you a test date, correct? That's your testimony you said earlier.
Well, at first I thought it was a harvest date for some reason. Somehow I got changed the test date.
Okay.
I thought it was a harvest date. The harvest date is on this.
Flowers you produce yourself, where you know good and well when the test date is, you put that test date on the label.
Again, whenever Agent Brooks came in and brought us up to speed on something that was missing on our labels, he took one of the copies with him and put in his report, and he told us that our labels were fully compliant.
Jamie, I think there's a discretion on, he believes that it was a harvest date and put on every label from whenever that
Rules
was.
say test date,
Yeah, is
correct?
it not outlined in the rules somewhere?
The rules say test date.
It is explicitly outlined in the rules, and ignorance of the law is not ignorance to the law.
I'm sorry,
That's what he
it's not
testified.
ignorance of the law when you ask an ABC agent if you're fully compliant and they tell you that you're fully compliant. That is not ignorance of the law. Because I asked an agent if my labels were compliant. There would be no other reason for me to continue reading, printing these labels unless I thought that I was fully compliant.
Mr. Vincent, I'm sorry. Not my turn, I'm sorry.
There's been, just moments ago, some back and forth, some testimony about, the appeals that you've invoked, the appeal process throughout the scope of several years. And you have invoked your rights, have you not?
Absolutely.
You're afforded certain rights under the Constitution and the rules, and statutes, correct?
That's right.
And have you simply invoked all of those rights to address issues that have been raised throughout the past 5 years?
I have, and I believe that's my right to be able to do. How many times it takes.
Do you think that you should be penalized for that?
Absolutely not, because that's the process that's outlined that you can take.
There's been some discussion, we've obviously come out appeals and things, so obviously there have been some issues over the 5 years, which you clearly testified about. I ask you, during the time that you've held, or the dispensary has held its license, has it ever been placed on probation?
Never.
Has it been suspended?
Never.
Have there always been a monetary fine or a sanction of that caliber or level?
It's absolutely always been.
I want to make sure the board's clear for finish. There was an allegation that your facility could not locate 708 grams and 305 prepackaged items that were in the inventory tracking system. What is your response to that you could not locate those items?
Out of the 705, the flour, I already testified that we did find the 454. The rest of that small amount was all moisture loss because they were small lots. Of the 305 prepackaged, I explained in the last meeting that in 2019, Bold Cultivation came to us and they said, hey, we got these 250 packages of gelato that we need to sell. We'll give it to you at a really low price if you'll buy all 250. And I said, that's fine, but we don't sell prepackaged, so I can't sell the 300 or 250 prepackaged products. And they said, okay, well, you can just take them, open them all up, put them in a big bag, and then sell them deli style like you do by the gram. And so the manifest was sent to us, the product arrived, but the product arrived in the 250 prepackaged products. And so I called Robert Berger and I said, hey, Robert, this is what I discussed. My patients are going to buy this because they don't like prepackaged. What are we going to do, or do I need to send it back? And he said, no, don't send it back. Just put it in a big bag, open them all up, put them in a big bag, and I will send you another lot that's 908 grams, which is what the total weight was of the 250. And so on the same day at 7:30 p.m., Bold Cultivation sent us another manifest for the 908 grams. And we proceeded to sell all of the 250 packages that we had put in one bag, gram by gram, which is what we do. But the problem is that the 250 packages that we had put into our system, I've never been able to get rid of. And the only way you can get rid of something is if you sell it. And I've got 5 times, when I looked at the history of custody, I've got a picture of it where 5 different times in the years we've tried to adjust that off. And it won't let us adjust it off. The reason it won't let us adjust it off is because we made a manifest that night. Whenever we received the other one for the 900 grams, we made a manifest going back to Bold, but Bold never accepted the manifest. So it's still locked into our system because we couldn't get it out. Now, since the August meeting, and Agent Allen, telling us, hey, you need to call Bold and escalate it to a level where somebody could get it out of our system. We did that, and we escalated it to a level where somebody can remove it. But that was finally removed. So those 250 items that look like we were short 305 packages are not 305. It's 50 items. That 250 is perfectly explainable, and I've just explained it. We couldn't get it out of our system. Out of the 50 that's left, these biannual inspections are every 6 months. So we sell about 681,000 grams of product every 6 months. Out of 681,000, we can't find 55 items. I mean, that is such a small amount. Even Walmart has an amount that could be an issue.
Walmart does not possess a dispensary license, and I think their shrinkage is not relevant to this discussion today.
I'm just saying, on 681,000 grams that we sell, 55 grams is such a minute amount. I mean, it's a fraction that is 0.0001.
I got one question, or maybe it's more than one question. So Mr. Vincenti, you stated through this process that you've been with the original dispensary for the state of Arkansas. Do you handle your paperwork every year for everything yourself for the operation with the ABC, MMC?
Yes.
Do you have a valid license right now?
Yes.
Did you renew your license this year?
I did renew it. I never received the original email or letter that was sent out to everybody. Usually the director sends an email or letter out, and I did not receive that.
Chairman Glass, I would like to put to you, that would be an issue for MMC in terms of whether or not to renew his license, whether or not it was timely, untimely, whether or not he has tax clearance, which is another issue for the MMC. But that is not really before the ABC board to consider whether or not his license will or will not be renewed. We're here asking for a revocation of this license. The MMC renewal business is essentially irrelevant unless there's some other purpose to show that.
I was just curious,
even out of compliance.
Even if he was acquitted of all things today, is he in a position that he can operate was where I was?
He'll have to take that before the Medical Marijuana Commission, and they actually meet tomorrow. So that issue gets decided tomorrow.
Okay. That's the only question I have.
Thank you.
We have one additional witness. You
We called Dr. Jonathan Wolf. Should he sit here?
He can sit right here.
Yes, sir.
Wherever he can be close to the microphone is fine.
Okay.
Let's move this over for you.
Mr. Wolf, I think, did you come in a little late? Did you get sworn in at the beginning?
I was sworn at the beginning, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Would you give your name and address to the board, please?
Jonathan James Wolf, and my address here is 700 Melling Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, 72205.
And what is your occupation?
I am retired from the UAMS College of Pharmacy, where I am still an emeritus faculty member as professor of pharmacy practice. I also do consulting work.
And what is your relationship with Green Springs?
My relationship with Green Springs goes back actually to the beginning of the application process for dispensary licenses after the passage of the legislation that created this program. I was part of a consulting group that helped assisted in drafting applications for two applicants who wanted dispensary licenses and one wanted a grow license. The one that succeeded was the one for Green Spring. And in the process of setting up the dispensary, Dragon asked me if I would serve as his consultant pharmacist, and I was pleased to do so.
Have you consulted with him from time to time about different issues?
Yes,
And Dr. Wolf, do you have a pharmacist license today?
I do.
And Exhibit 6 to our package, is it a curriculum vitae that you have put together?
Yes, it's my current CV.
And have you worked in your work experience for the state of Arkansas before?
Well, I worked for the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences, which is an arm of the state. And for 3 years, from 1970 to 73, I taught at Arkansas Tech University, which again is an arm of the state of Arkansas.
Now, there's been some, you've been in the conference room the entire morning,
Yes,
and there's been some talk about an unsanitary condition.
yes.
Do you know of any criteria that's used in determining filthy conditions for compounding facilities or some other facility?
I do. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has set such criteria covered guidance for its own inspector.
And have you seen the allegations against Green Springs in regard to their processing room?
Yes, I'm particularly struck by the use of the adjective filthy.
And why is that?
In my experience, and for 5 years, I worked for a home infusion company that was owned by Dr. Travenol. We had quarterly meetings in the headquarters about maintaining proper good manufacturing practices in our facilities. Prior to that, I had enrolled and passed the basically sterile products course at the University of Tennessee and had my certificate as an operator of a clean room. And I was familiar with the use of the word filthy. It first occurs in 1907, the initial Food and Drug Act, which defines anything that is labeled as sterile, which is not in fact sterile, is filthy. That's where the term enters, food and drug. But since then, they have other definitions because they're purview.
Now, do they list certain conditions to make a unsanitary or filthy room?
Yes, there is such guidance, specific items to be looked for to determine that an entity is declared filthy.
And you know what those items are?
can't recite.
Show you what is a guidance for industry on insanitary conditions and ask you if
Yes,
Can I
I'm
take a look at
sure,
this?
please.
Is that in
you
our,
found it.
is that in our packet?
Yes, that's it. I'm not sure that's in your packet.
It's in the back.
Oh, they said it was exhibit 11.
It may be in your packet. I would object for the record, these are federal standards for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and I do not know that we specifically have qualified this doctor as an expert. I'm fine with him giving his opinion on unsanitary conditions, but I don't think the board should put much weight in rules that are not ours.
Well, I didn't want to take him completely through his curriculum vitae and then ask you to and submit him as an expert witness. But that's why I enclosed the curriculum vitae in this. It's exhibit 6 if you want to look to his qualifications. And I think it goes to how you weigh his testimony, whether is it you consider him an expert or not, or consider his testimony. But I anticipate his testimony will be relatively short.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with proceeding.
Okay, thank you then. Doctor, we'll go ahead and explain how the information you have to guide you on whether conditions are sanitary or not.
Well, as I say, this is applicable both to food and to preparation of medications. And I was for 15 years until I retired from the College of Pharmacy full-time. I was the pharmacy college's and UMS's consultant to the Division of Emergency Preparedness in the Arkansas State Department of Health. And we began our work right after, year after 9/11, we received our funding. And we readily used, through the Arkansas Department of Health, the materials as guidance from the Food and Drug Administration. So this is why I would make this connection as valid and worthwhile.
Okay.
All right. One of the conditions has to do with handling hormones, which is not applicable to us. But the 5 conditions which indicate as food drugs as insanitary conditions are the presence of vermin, insects, rodents, other animals, or evidence of their presence, such as urine and feces, in the production area or the adjacent area. Second, visible microbial contamination, bacteria, mold in the production area. Third, foreign matter in the production area, such as rust, glass shavings, hair, paint chips. Fifth, producing drugs while construction is underway in a nearby area without inadequate controls to prevent contamination. And fifth, and frankly most common in my experience, standing water or evidence of water leakage in the production area or adjacent area.
Did you see any of those in the photographs of the alleged unsanitary conditions at Green Springs?
I did not see anything in those photographs to indicate any of those deviations, variance from practice that would allow the use of the word filthy in describing this room.
Now,
May I say further?
yes.
I'm 80 years old and I use a magnifying glass frequently. And I looked very closely at those photographs. The first thing that struck me was a caster, a wheel on that cart, indicating to me that that cart was not part of furniture in that room, but may have been in some other part of the dispensing facility and could have been present there for some time or for a very short time, but it is not part of built-in furniture, and so would not be as stringently taken. I also looked as best I could at that floor, and it looked to me the floor was clean. And so I would say that I would say that was a cluttered space. I wouldn't work in it. I'd clear it off first, but I would not say it is unsanitary or any way filthy.
Now, there has been some testimony concerning a missing inventory. Now, are you familiar with cannabis?
Yes, it was official in the U.S. Pharmacopoeia until through the year 1910. It was taken out of the Pharmacopoeia when marijuana was made a controlled substance in 1914. But I'm familiar with it as a plant product.
And in plant products, is there a moisture loss?
That's common with all plant products. The issue, particularly with marijuana, is that there is sensible water loss from the leaf because it's a plant like anything that grows on a farm. And when it dries out, you can tell the leaf shrivels up and it's lost water.
Members of the board, I have to object. When we start getting into moisture loss of cannabis, this witness is tendered as a pharmacist, pharmacology, sure, he's qualified to talk about that. But when we start talking about agricultural products, and in particular cannabis production, that's outside of the scope of pharmacy. And I'm not seeing anything in the CV that would indicate he has a frame of reference for working with or having a good understanding of cannabis. In particular, as it relates to
Again, I
moisture
think that
loss.
goes to the weight of his testimony, whether you want to weigh it good or weigh it light. But certainly, I think the man is qualified to testify about that there is moisture loss in cannabis.
I think
We haven't heard one word.
Yeah, I think we all understand that.
Yeah, I think that's not a point of argument at this point. We all agree that moisture loss happens. And that's not a point of what we want to focus on here today.
Okay, Doctor, did you have an opportunity to read the incident reports concerning the allegations against Green Springs?
I took all of the inspection reports as well as the notice hearing the director's letter.
And did you see any allegations about selling expired cannabis?
I was gonna object at this point. This testimony is from a pharmacist who works with Green Springs. I don't think he can testify to any inventory tracking requirements or defense to any violations outside of anything a pharmacist could testify about.
I'm not gonna ask him anything other than what he's seen.
Ask a question. You want to go and ask a question?
Okay.
Could I have the question repeated, please?
I don't know if you even asked. Yeah.
Now, were you hired by Green Springs to provide evidence, provide them with consultation concerning compliance with health department or their rules and regulations concerning cannabis?
I was engaged to assist them with matters related to pharmacy with interpersonal interactions between patients, medications, and the use of cannabis. As the regulation requires to provide quarterly continuing education about medications and pharmacy too. And once annually about the impaired patients. So I was not I have not dealt directly with the production or the inventory or the actual dispensing. The quirk there is that as a pharmacist, I'm prohibited from some of those things. So and I have had, Greg, I did consult with him one time, of course, about weaning people off opioids. I have 5 years of home health experience and 20 years of hospice and related experience with the use of extremely high doses of opioids. But he one time called and asked about the idea of a nasal spray of cannabis. And recently one has gone into testing. And my response to him was, we don't want to touch that because it would be absorbed through the nasal.
We're kind of getting off.
But the bottom line, a nasal spray of cannabis, a great hazard of overdose if a patient should take 4 or 5 puffs instead of just 1 puff. And I said, you don't want to be anywhere near that. And said, thank you. So this has been the nature of our relationship, is consulting on particular questions. And when patients want to have their medication regimens reviewed, that's what I do.
Did you, from reading the reports that were made by the officers, of ABC find any evidence of Green Springs selling anything that would endanger or harm patients?
I've not seen identified any such in those materials.
And have you in the past studied the effects of expiration dates on medication?
Yes, that's foundational to pharmacy education. Yes. I entered pharmacy school in 1974, which was the same year that the Food and Drug Administration implemented expiration dating for prescription medications. And one of my first tasks at St. Vincent was to go through the inventory there and find all the containers that had no expiration dates on them, because they obviously were older than 1974. Food and Drug Administration allowed pharmacies 2 years to pull anything that did not have an expiration date on it from their inventory. St. Vincent's policy was to flag them, and at the end of that calendar year, to pull them all. We did not stop 18 months short of it out of abundance of caution. The expiration dating that we find on medications is derived from scientific studies. As drug goes through clinical testing, samples of medication are placed under adverse storage condition, higher temperatures, say 140 degrees as opposed to room temperature, and the drug is tested periodically for breakdown. Using that stress testing, an expiration date is assigned to a medication at the point at its age that Food and Drug would see that it would have lost 5% of its potency. Drugs that have reached their expiration date, with 2 exceptions. Tetracycline, which after its expiration date breaks down and causes harm to the liver with hepatitis, and epinephrine and any similar drug like that, dopamine and so forth. When they reach their expiration date, they would not have effect. But essentially all other medications are safe to use for probably a year after their expiration date, because they haven't ceased to be what they were. They are just less potent.
Members of the board, we're talking an awful lot about pharmacology and FDA and prescription medication, but today's hearing is about medical marijuana. So if this testimony doesn't tie directly back to medical marijuana, I'd have to say I don't think it's relevant for our discussion today at all.
If I may, my only suggestion to the members and to staff is that I'm not aware of the process by which the Arkansas Department of Health, in its diligence, decided to assign an importance to an artifact of 1 year past the date of testing. I think that this being the 5th year we have medicinal cannabis in Arkansas, it may be a good time to look back and see should 18 months or 24 months be possible?
And members of the board, that is a Department of Health rule. That is not an ABC rule. Even if you wanted to change that to a different date, that's simply not your purview. That is for the Department of Health to come up with. They're actually in the process of promulgating new rules right now. But in any event, whether or not the Department of Health has that 1 year right or wrong, should be something. I mean, I just object that Green Springs is essentially moving the goalpost, trying to make the ADC prove that it is unsafe after 1 year. There's lots of problems with selling something that's over a year. Chief among them, we asked him to stop and he didn't. But in terms of like proving that it's unsafe, proving that it's ineffective, or anything like that, it's just trying to switch burdens and make us prove something more than what we need to prove today to you. The Department of Health rule is 1 year after testing, it expires, period. And you can't sell a product that doesn't have valid lab tests, period. So this testimony, I mean, I feel like we've gone quite a ways now and it's just not relevant.
The witness was just saying that maybe we should look at a different dates than 1 year. Maybe
Yeah, but that should be for some future. That doesn't have an effect on what's determined.
If you would like to go in front of the health department and make that testimony, that's certainly welcome.
We with that, and I'll withdraw the question if it's going to cause that much controversy.
I think we're getting long in the tooth with
But
it. And I do appreciate learning some of that, but we are.
I'm almost through it all. Doctor, as a pharmacist, you know the calculations between ounces and grams.
Yes. First week.
Do you know how many grams are in that Starbucks cup?
It's a 12-ounce cup, I believe, which is 360 milliliters, which is close to 360 grams. So it'd be like 3/4 of a pound.
So there's 360 grams, and when we're talking about shortages of 30
No,
grams.
wait, he is talking about volume, not weight. Because the volume of liquid is much more dense than the volume of wheat. So when we talk about 360 grams of wheat, we're talking about something much bigger than this. And I really object that we're now getting into an area where we're trying to mislead and say that, well, 360 grams is just this size. No, 360 milliliters is this size. 360 grams of liquid may be one size, and 360 grams of cannabis is going to be a different size. It is just not as dense as liquid.
Well, I'm not trying to mislead anybody, but I want to bring into perspective that all these numbers that may sound quite large are not as large in reality as the number sounds. But with that, understood, I'll pass the witness.
I have just a few questions, and I believe Mr. Leibowitz may have some as well. Doctor, are you familiar with the Arkansas State Board of Health rules and regulations pertaining to food establishment cleanliness?
No, I am not.
Would you be surprised if they said that all physical facilities shall be cleaned as often as necessary to be kept clean?
No, that sounds reasonable.
Okay, and would you think that it's reasonable, which this was also mentioned in the FDA rules you had, but that no foreign objects be present?
No foreign objects at the time that the room is to be used.
Okay,
Food Guard wants the room stripped, which is somewhat limited.
Sure. So here's my question here. Do you think this cell phone charger in this picture is a foreign object?
It could be if it's used to connect, say, to a metric balance that needs a USB port. And it's a thing that could be wiped down and kept clean.
So every single thing in here that could be wiped down and kept clean is not a foreign object? Frying pan's not a foreign object to processing, a paintbrush is not a foreign object to processing, all these bottles down here are not foreign objects to processing?
Well, this is why I made the point that these are movable parts. I don't know where they actually belong, but I could imagine that there are some waxes that might be conveniently melted in that frying pan so as not to cause them to burn. But I'd have to go. And the brush strikes me as perhaps for cleaning up, since we talked about will fall out from nibbling all the buds, that a brush might be the easiest thing.
So it's your testimony to the board today that there is no foreign object in the processing room at Green Springs at all, even though I'm looking at 4 or 5 red Solo cups right now.
I don't know the purpose for which they would have been introduced there.
Mr. Leibowitz, do you have some questions?
A couple real quick. No, we're kind of long in the day, so I don't want to keep your doctor. Have you been inside of Green Springs Medical?
Yes.
Have you been while they are processing?
I am not.
Okay. And I kind of feel like we maybe lost this in the shuffle, but you heard Mr. Wood say, you said you've been here all day?
Yes, I have all morning.
So you heard him say that this is, he makes tinctures, topicals, and suppositories?
Yes.
Just very simple question. You're okay with this?
I'm not convinced that it's evidence of bad practice. I would tidy it up in my mind. I don't mean to
I
be,
understand.
I don't mean to that. It's not how my clean room looks, but you know.
Do you have a training plan for the dispensary agents at Green Springs?
Quarterly seated continuing education, yes. And one of those is I do recollect to be about working with impaired patients.
Any processes for refusing service to patients who may be impaired or under the influence?
Oh, yes, we have policy for that.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Dr. Wolf, would you be willing to engage in any additional training with Green Springs employees if the board wanted you to do that to explain more to the moisture loss inventory control?
Yes, and I have experience in those areas.
And medical marijuana requires a prescription, does it not?
A physician's order indicating the patient is eligible to purchase it. It's not a prescription that doesn't say go and buy 5 grams.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
We would have no additional witnesses.
The agency does have a closing argument. I would request we can roll right through with close if you guys are okay with that. So you've heard quite a bit today. Thank you guys for being here in person for a long hearing, and thank you to opposing counsel in this matter. There's a lot to cover. I'm going to try to keep it quick, but I want to run through a list of basically what we heard today. I think it was a lovely display of how we can't regulate Dragon. He will lie to your face. He will tell you that what you're looking at in black and white on the paper is not true. He will tell you he cannot change product names, even though you've already heard that he can. He will tell you, I didn't sell them, even though you know that he did. He will tell you that he cannot read the piece of paper that he signed. That's a list of expired products. This is lying. He is misleading the board into believing that he has an excuse for every single thing that happened. Before we cut him off on an objection, he went on for 7 minutes and he told you everything you needed to hear. Oh, that was moisture loss. Oh, well, that was adjusted off. Oh, well, that was in the middle of processing. We already changed that. Oh, well, I don't know how that would happen. It was excuse after excuse after excuse. And it was a distraction to the real point of why we're here. He will not allow us to regulate him. He will not work on a relationship with us. If the enforcement agents ask him to do something, he will completely ignore it. It was his testimony today that he maybe went to BioTrack and found another list of items that were potentially 355 days old. That is a lie. Haley Allen gave him the exact list with very clear instruction not to sell them. He's telling you that he got information from BioTrack, which should be exactly the same as what Haley provided to him. It is impossible. And the reason why several of the board members here today have had to interject with questions again, like, oh, this is confusing. It's confusing because he's not telling you the truth, because he is misleading you into believing that we've not proved exactly what we proved today, which is every single violation on your sheet. There is more than enough evidence to prove that he does not keep up with inventory tracking requirements. He does not provide appropriate comprehensive biannuals. He even told you at one point he only buys tinctures from one place. And Chip showed you on the table in black and white, he got a tincture from somewhere else. What's his excuse? Well, that's not a tincture. He will just deny and misrepresent all day long. And quite frankly, ABC is, we're at what's in. That's why we've asked for revocation. We have no other options here. The patients are at risk. There are unsanitary facilities being used when, we don't know, maybe they're cleaned before processing. The evidence you have in front of you today is that they weren't clean when ABC agents were there, and that's what's important, that they remain clean. An oily baking tray, some testimony that maybe the gloves were needed. It truly doesn't matter. When you look at the pictures and you see what the condition of these rooms were in, you cannot trust that this medication has been put together in an environment that is safe for patients to use. They don't know what they're getting. The products being changed in the system, they have treatment plans and dosages that they would like to keep up with. If they don't know what they're getting or if the potency level is wrong, how can we ensure that they are even making good use of the product? At best case, they're getting ripped off. Worst case, something's going to happen where they're at risk for harm. It messes up their treatment plan. and the screws with their health, we cannot allow patients to be in that position any longer. If there's any type of medical advice being given from anyone to use this product and they're getting it from Green Springs, they cannot verify that they are keeping up with their treatment plan the way that they've been instructed to do so by a medical professional. Furthermore, the screenshots, he said, I have a screenshot from Bold that'll show you exactly where it is. He didn't bring it today. He also said, you know, I have a ton of patients in this industry that trust me. He didn't bring them today. He did not disprove a single thing that we told him he was in violation of. He told you he's never even heard of the 365-day expiration date. Has he read the rules? We awarded him this license, and at this point, he's laughing in our faces because he doesn't care about the regulations of it. It's wrong. He was given a specific list, specific instruction, and he turned his nose up at it. Dragon continually does what Dragon wants to do. Not what ABC enforcement has told him is correct, and not what's in the best treatment for the patient. You know, what we've done in the past has not worked. There's been some talk about the fines, and originally we did send a settlement offer that was for a big fat fine. And when we found those expired products, we thought, you know what, we're done. We can't do anything about this anymore if he will not respect the guidance he's been given. He will not read the rules. He doesn't try to comply. He denies and delays. And I'm asking you today to revoke him. He has not chosen to participate in our patient sales compliance program, which will prevent him from getting violations for misdrops. But yet he wants to come tell you that's the only answer. Must be, that's the only answer. He did not have a specific defense to a single violation on your notice that you have in front of you today. He even said that he is so thorough to clean the walls before they process. Y'all, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think he is lying to you today. He wants you to think that everything he's doing is perfectly reasonable. It is not. We do not have any of these other problems with other dispensaries. Violations, sure, but to the point where we don't know how to work with them anymore, we've not reached that point with anyone else. Quite frankly, it is putting the entire integrity of the market at stake. The patients cannot trust what they're getting. We don't know what patients are getting. And if you allow Green Springs to continue operating, I think we've put patients not just in Hot Springs, because Dragon told you he has a huge network of patients. That is a huge network of risk, and we cannot have it anymore. I'm asking you to revoke his license.
Just and maybe we could have some points of clarity maybe we'll ask you after they close. Because there's never been a revocation of an MMC, just how that works and everything, I think it'd be good for us to go through that before a decision is rendered, but I'll have to go through that.
Sure.
Mr. Vincente would like to address the board in a summation directly himself, and I may have a very quick follow-up. If that's okay.
I would like to put these violations in perspective. In the past 5 years of Green Springs medical operations and the medical marijuana program in Arkansas, biannual inspections have been performed. And the list of violations set by the agency to the permit holder via an offer of acceptance after each biannual inspection. The permit holder either accepts the findings and pays the fine or appeals the findings and asks for a hearing on the facts of the violations. The particular round of violations in front of you today are the culmination of the March 29 biannual inspection, March 6 biannual, April 24th, and October 17 violations, all compiled into one set of violations with an offer and acceptance letter and $28,100 fine. I read through the list of 7 violations and did not agree with many of the findings. The bottom of the offer and acceptance letter reads, at this time, the agency is offering a fine in the amount of $28,100 as the administrative sanction to be imposed. You are hereby advised that you have a right to a hearing before the director on the charges alleged, but you may waive a hearing in the matter and accept the sanctions offered. If a hearing is held, the director may dismiss the charge, reduce, or adopt the offer made by the agency. There are no other sanction provisions stated of probation, suspension, or revocation. When I appealed the offer of acceptance to be able to address and clarify the circumstances of the violations, it seemed that I was penalized with 3 more violations being added on for good measure during the hearing. I proceeded to answer all the violation allegations very effectively as I came here today, in front of not the director as the appeal process implies, but in front of Chip Beverage, head ABC legal counsel. It was the same person that compiled the list of violations. Then out of nowhere, we were blindsided with a director's order and a revocation of our license to do business, which was never a possible outcome of a hearing asking to clarify allegations. Next, a never before and unprecedented public announcement of dispensary biannual inspection results disseminated by the director via a press conference release. The director announced 50 violations in 4 years, when in fact those 50 violations were reduced to approximately 30 violations, and Green Springs has been in business for 5 years. Let me explain. 50 violations in 4 years sounds like 13 violations per year, when in fact it is only 3 violations per biannual inspection. Green Springs Medical was the first dispensary to open, so it would make sense that we have had the most biannual inspections and subsequent violations. That could be addressed in improvements. I've always and will continue to work hand in hand with ABC and agents to better the program. This medical marijuana program was new to everyone in the state. The operators, as well as the ABC, MMC, and even patients, had a learning curve on how all this worked and developed over the years. We all learned as the program progressed. Yes, mistakes were made on both sides, but the program has improved. I, as well as many senators, representatives, and local leaders, as well as patients, believe closing Green Springs would be devastating to the patients who have weaned themselves off of harmful opioids and are using natural medical marijuana as a choice of medication. Most are elderly and won't be able to drive to other dispensaries or be able to afford to. Please don't make them have to navigate through a whole new gamut of having to obtain medication elsewhere. They have already become very comfortable with Green Springs Medical. In closing, in the director's order finding of facts, the director states charge number 3 is not supported by the evidence and should be dismissed. Charge number 6, ABC determines that it's not a violation of law, and charge number 6 should be and is hereby dismissed. Charge 7 was a warning and a violation is issued. But these violations seem to keep resurfacing even in today's proceedings. Item number 3 and item number 7, even though legal counsel and the director know that they are not sustainable. There have been letters of support for Green Springs Medical sent to the ABC and MMC from State Senator Alan Clark, State Senator Les Warren, State Representative Richard McGrew, Hot Springs City Manager Bill Burrow, Visit Hot Springs CEO Steve Harrison, Dr. Kevin Hale, Dr. Fred Einman, and Dr. Scott Irwin. Green Springs Medical is a single family-owned business where I have invested my life savings to fund and to open. I personally spend 14-hour days at the dispensary as well as employ my wife and 2 sons. The $28,100 initial offer of settlement, less the unsustainable agenda items of number 3 and number 7 should be stricken. And my successful explanation to the other agenda items should be your answer to today's proceedings. So if you feel that a fine is still warranted, so be it. Revocation is very extreme and unwarranted. Green Springs has never been so much as suspended, much less had talk of a license revocation. Yes, we have had some violations that have led to improvements, and we thank the ABC for filling the role of helping us navigate through this new frontier. But all dispensaries and cultivators get violations, and the previous ABC hearing agents testified dispensaries that have had more violations than Green Springs has had. Please make the decision for the patients today. Keep Green Springs their choice for medical marijuana, knowledge, accessibility, quality product, and the relationships we have built over the years helping our previous patients. And the director stated that those patients aren't here today. I've got about 80 pages of signatures from obtained from my patients in the past 10 days. So I've got over 2,000 signatures of patients that support us. Thank you.
If I may add very briefly, I won't repeat what Mr. Vincente has said. I want the board to consider opinions versus facts, opinions versus testimony. I understand the director doesn't like Mr. Vincente. He's a hard guy to get along with. He's a hardcore businessman. He's extremely passionate about his patients, and that rubs people the wrong way sometimes. Not liking somebody does not mean that he's done anything improper. That's not meeting your burden to show that any violations have occurred. Mr. Vincente has sat here and testified that there is human error, that there have been some mistakes. He's fallen on that sword. He's not arguing that there weren't some issues that he needs to address or his facility needs to address. There's been zero evidence, zero testimony, other than opinion testimony, that there was any type of reckless endangerment of cannabis patients. We've said those words, and those words have been thrown to the board, but there's been no proof of that. We've spent the majority all day that we've been here mainly discussing weight issues and inventory issues and why things weren't put in the correct way and when certain items were sold. None of the issues that testimony put before the board have addressed any kind of endangerment to patients. And I simply ask the board to consider that. And as we have acknowledged there are some issues that we have to deal with. We're asking the board to consider all ranges of sanctions. As you know, the Green Springs has never been, other than fine, never been sanctioned in any other form or fashion. But there are those options to the board. I mean, the director's asking you to go from a fine to revocation. I mean, we're jumping over about 4 or 5 sanctions or remedies that the board has available to it to address these issues. Fines, probations, suspensions, ordering him, this entire staff to attend certain training sessions. I just implore the board to consider all of those ranges before we jump to the most extreme, which is a revocation of the license in itself. I guess the board's never dealt with this. So again, I just ask and plead with you to really consider that when you're deliberating and discussing what the proper sanction is for these infractions, not for Mr. Vincente as a person, but for what has actually been put before. Thank you.
Mr. Letts, I don't want to give a full rebuttal. I just want to ask, just to point out on the record, the notice of hearing is in your exhibit packet. It's also in the exhibit packet used by Mr. Vincente. Notice of hearing clearly outlines that the hearing, director's hearing at that point will be to determine whether the license should be continued, suspended, fined, or revoked. So that was put forward to Mr. Vincente from the outset. Just to correct that, there is no penalty for appealing or asking. I mean, his penalty at the director's level was revocation. We are consistent in that we're not penalizing him for requesting a hearing. And again, that was put forward in the notice of hearing from the outset. So just to kind of correct what was stated on Green Springs Close.
Anything else? I just wanted like a point of clarity, a little bit for the board, because there's not been anything like this in front of us before. So in the event, if the board was to uphold the director's decision and the license was to be revoked, number one, that license at that point cannot be sold or transferred. It is, that license is gone. So it can obviously be appealed to a circuit court, like historically other hearings have been done as you brought forward, but nothing can be done with the license. If the circuit court upholds the decision, then this license would go back to the MMC to determine where it goes from there.
The procedures laid out in our rules for revocation are that we can provide a separate order which allows for some way for Mr. Vicente to get rid of his product, to sell it to another facility. We are prepared if the board is to uphold our decision for that. I would caution that MMC, as Chip said earlier, is tomorrow, and that we are focused today just on the revocation of the license. And when a license is revoked, it is non-transferable at that point.
And so if a decision was made to uphold the director's decision, does something need to be put in there about, to the point, product inventory, like a timing?
Yes, we have come up with an order that if you were to sustain the director's level penalty here, it would allow, and the rules do state that the agency can give a time frame and method as to how to get rid of products by selling at a fair market value to other permitted premises.
So would we need to set that date, or would we say that the director can set a?
I believe that our understanding of the rules is the director can do it, and I have an order prepared if that is the way you rule today.
It's rule 4.4. further consideration, disposition of usable marijuana. That would be the director's decision. We'll have a board order ready for you. A short order. Okay.
So would that be brought forward at the next hearing or?
I have a board order drafted. If you are to uphold my decision in its entirety, I have a board order drafted, which you could sign today before you leave. And it does also specify that it will allow Green Springs 30 days to dispose, waste, or sell of their product. And at that point, at the expiration of 30 days, ABC enforcement agents could seize what is remaining.
In response to some of the board's questions, this dispensary is in the middle of a sale. And so I'd simply throw that to the board to consider that in its decision. There's a sale at this dispensary.
That would be a good point to, have at some point through this, because that does change things in some regards. But
You say a sale, you talking management overhaul, you talking?
No, we're talking a total sale, out, Mr. Vincente is out selling.
Can I ask a point of clarity? The director was making a statement. I was kind of curious. One situation was we were in the process of considering a sale. But all of the revocations and those issues are coming up. She just said that she had drafted an order giving the licensee, if you withheld the revocation, giving 30 days to sell the inventory.
It is specifically in our rules that we can give an order as to what to do upon revocation. That is outside of conducting any sales, whether of product or the dispensary after a revocation. It is ABC's standpoint that upon revocation, the license reverts back to the commission.
But my question is, can an order be drafted as a potential decision by y'all that there would be a revocation unless the complete operation of the business was sold within so many days and a complete new management took over immediately?
We're kind of starting a whole new discussion here. We've had an entire hearing today where they had the opportunity to defend the regulations or the violations of the regulations that have been charged against them. We are not here to discuss renewing. It is outside your purview. The decision for you today is whether the state has proven its case and whether you think revocation is a fair penalty for the case.
I'll make a motion, since I'm the oldest one here in years and time on the board, I think both. This is probably, of all the 9.5 years that I've been here, the most difficult case that I've had presented. And I could go back to the 3 previous times that we've had Mr. Vincente here, and I don't think that it's necessary. Those things are handled and ruled at the time. When we first started marijuana, it was a very difficult thing to handle. We all made some mistakes, but it's been 5 years. And after 5 years in the business, I think I would expect Mr. Vincente to be the poster child of the marijuana dispensary business, setting an example for all the others. There was I'm going to review some of these cases. Number 1, ABCMM Rule 23.5 DNF. I didn't find any way that they proved, the defense can prove that this was not accurate, so I uphold that. I will also move that we uphold violation number 2 of ABC medical marijuana rule 12.1 and number 2. Also uphold 17.1A 4 and 12.6 in rule 3. I I uphold with the marijuana rule, ABC rule 10.6, number 4. ABC marijuana rule 23.5, DNF, and number 5. I did not see a significant amount of evidence that Mr. Vicente did fail to cooperate, so I think 6 should be rescinded. It may have already had been, I'm not sure. Number 7, I think I would have to say no to that one also. I would uphold the board decision, the director's decision, ABC, number 8, ABC's medical rule number 15.1 and 23.5. Number 9, I would uphold ABC's medical marijuana rule 4.1. Number 10, I would also uphold and support rule 23.2, 23.5. And I think that covers all the allegations. And I did not find that the defense had a defense. I think the rules are the rules. I mean, we could say year on the drugs is not long enough, but I'm not here to discuss that. I'm here to look at the rules and to follow what the rules say. And so my motion, anybody can do whatever they want to adjust, change, or modify, but my motion would be to uphold the director's decision.
Mr. Anderson, I apologize to interrupt. To your specific question, Mr. Vicente actually handed me a bill of sale or a contract in regards to the sale of that dispensary. I'm trying to interject. I just wanted to address that.
For a second.
Well, any opinion on that? Yeah, discussion on that?
I just have one point of clarification. The motion is to uphold the director's decision in its entirety.
Well, he dropped one.
To hold the director's.
I dropped 6.
Okay,
6
so
and 7 are.
the director's order was just a warning on 7, but so you'd be dropping 6, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, well, does anyone have any other?
I don't have any more discussion.
Okay. If there's no other discussion of the board, then do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second in regards to Dragon Vincente Green Springs Medical LLC. Would you like to vote at this point? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And now, Director, do we need to have a supplement in regards to the inventory?
Okay, so I have an order drafted. It requires my signature on it. It can be provided to Mr. Vicente today. It says that the purpose of this order is set forth the manner and means for the transfer and disposition of usable marijuana as defined by ABC MM Rule 3.47. If a facility licensed by the Arkansas Medical Marijuana Commission loses its license for any of the following reasons, it lists A, a revocation of a license, B, surrender of a license, or C, expiration of a license. A facility may transfer its usable marijuana to a licensed facility within 30 days of revocation, surrender, or expiration of the license. This transfer may involve the purchase of usable marijuana by the licensed facility at fair market value. This transfer must comply with all rules governing the transfer of usable marijuana between licensed facilities, including manifests and all of that. And a facility may destroy its usable marijuana within 30 days of revocation, surrender, or expiration of the license. The destruction of usable marijuana must comply with all rules governing the destruction between licensed facilities. It essentially allows Mr. Vicente to get rid of all of his product, because the alternative would be there's a building in Hot Springs full of medical marijuana, and we can't have that either. So our rules provide that the agency can have a separate order from the board order explaining that he could sell or dispose. We are not requiring disposal. We are going to allow him to sell to other permitted facilities because our rules will allow him to do that. I do have a copy of an order which would have sustained my director's order in its entirety. I will post to the board. I have a Sharpie. I can mark out number 6. I can give it to you right now and you can sign it right now, or I can get you a clean copy here after lunch.
I'm fine signing a Sharpie. But the director's orders on the material, you don't need a vote from us.
I do not need a vote from you guys on that. But I will bring the order to you for your signature and I will mark right here in front of everyone that 6 is off of the order. And with that redacted, may I approach for signature?
Yep.
Will we need to approve the order? Is that in our lap now or?
Yes, I believe it's requiring Chairman Glass's signature, but if you all want to take 5 minutes and read it beforehand, you're
If we
fine.
needed a motion to approve that or if it's a done deal.
The order reduces your motion if you are to the written form, so that just the chairman's signature.
Yes, we'll get you a copy right now.
Do I need to initial by this?
Sure. I think it'd be prudent. When you're done, you'll just hand that to the secretary, to give me a copy, and we'll get that for the citizen.
At this time, is there anyone else that has anything in front of the board? Director, do you have anything else?
I don't believe there's anything else on the agenda for today. I know we have set the next 2 meetings, but I think I forgot to ask you guys, do you want to be in this room or do we want to go back to the tobacco board room on the first floor of the Main Street Mall?
I'm okay with us moving back unless you think we have another higher profile.
I don't expect it will be as busy for the next meeting that we would need the gallery space.
If it does change for whatever reason in the next 2, it's your discretion to let us know.
Okay, great. Then we will see you guys next time at Main Street Mall.
Okay.
Thank you for your time today.
At this time, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for your time.
This conference will now be recorded.